Good evening, everybody. My voice may sound a little off, and this is just because I am a bit sick. So I apologize for that. I do, I do want to try and keep consistent with the schedule, but I actually had a couple of days booked off work, at which point I started to get a bit of a scratch in my throat. So there you have it. Can't win. Now, we are back to, excuse me, we're back to Book of Hours, back to the House of Light DLC. So if I could, I figure I owe you all an explanation, because generally when people put weird titles like that, it's to show off. But if I recall correctly, I'm taking this from a poem called Fasti. And on the... So this is an unfinished, or possibly intentionally unfinished. I suppose there's some questions on that. But I have a feeling that Fasti has some relevance for the Secret History setting. And there's a number of reasons for that. So obviously this game draws quite heavily from myth and the how do I put this? So, obviously there's going to be lots of different sources for myth. There's going to be lots of different references that you can take. I can actually remember there was like one case where I referred to Seijura as a musical term, and somebody was like really insistent that it's poetry, and like there's just a certain point where you just stop engaging with that sort of stuff because it occurs in both. I think the music interpretation is a little bit more defensible in the context of the particular work that it's in, but like at a certain point when people are like getting really really insistent on like that one thing that they know as a source, it ceases to be fun, and it's really just more, how much do you really want to keep engaging on this sort of thing? The answer usually should be not at all. But so with that in mind, right, like there's going to be tons of different sources of mythology. I'd say the majority of which I'm probably unfamiliar with. I do my best, but let's face it, it's the internet. Usually, if you're interested in anything, there is an entire community of people who are, far more obsessed and knowledgeable about it than you'll ever be. But the reason why I wanted to highlight specifically Fasti is, number one, there's a direct reference to January the 9th in this. It refers to it as the Agonalia of Janus. And in fact, there is in Fasti Book 1 for January 9th, it does have an entry for Agonalia. And beyond just Ovid being a wonderful source of reference for myth and specifically Roman religion. How you doing, Sjaba? Fasti is entirely about the calendar and the celebrations and festivals and such. And so I think specifically, there's the version I have is from Penguin, so I'm a little under the weather, Chaba, but I appreciate you hanging out, and thank you for the well wishes for the new year. I am hoping the sickness is the mild sickness, is the worst that I have to deal with. But hang on. That's more like it. um, but anyways, the introduction that I have to my Penguin Classics edition, so translated by Boyle and Woodard, does actually have a specific section in the introduction about the shaping of the Roman calendar and its role in sort of Augustus seizing and maintaining power, Ovid's resistance to that, the deliberate omission of certain figures. And it would be hard for me to say, again, whether or not Fasti is a major reference for the secret history setting. It would be very, very unusual for this to not have any relevance, right? Like, so, I think it's pretty obvious that Weather Factory are very well read and very, intelligent writers and game developers. So clearly they're familiar with the material. But on top of that, even if it isn't sort of a direct reference, which I find it kind of hard given that there is a direct reference in the game already, it just seems to be the sort of book that would be, would be appropriate to read. Like, every once in a while you'll see in the subreddit an item that's something along the lines of like, what do you read that's similar to secret history stuff? And the funny thing is like there's a common set of recommendations. So like, excuse me, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is a really good example of that. In fact, that book comes up in one of the Skeleton Songs episodes. And there's a link. If anybody wants it, I can look it up and put it in the chat. There is a list on the Weather Factory website of influences. So that's also a good place to take a look. But what I find really interesting is not necessarily just the common references, right? Which is, I sort of like the tone of this game. I like sort of this secret world going on in the background. I think some of the more interesting, what should I read if I'm into this choices tend to be ones that are not obviously this type of fiction. So, reading something like Fasti, reading a bunch of history, right? If there's some history that you're unfamiliar with that's mentioned in this game, right? So Persia, for instance, the Shadowless Empire, that would be an interesting one to pick up because it gives you a better understanding of some of the things referenced in the game. There's a book on Alexandria, which I think I kind of want to read. I've wanted to read for a while, but particularly because of Alexandria's importance in this setting, I'd definitely be interested in, in bumping that up on the list a little bit more. So to me, sometimes the obvious answers to these are not, I want Book of Hours in book form, but rather there's a whole bunch of reading that now becomes a little bit more interesting when you look at the when you look at the world, right? So that even corporate logo. Actually, okay. So some of you were here when I was messing with Prosciutto Fist, and I took the lyrics for Antihero, which was in not her most recent album, the one before. And, if you have a particular secret histories frame of mind, right, the references to staring at the sun but not in the mirror, all of this sort of stuff can take on a certain relevance that isn't necessarily there if you haven't played the game before. Or, you look at a certain corporate logo and you're like, oh, that's interesting. And that's, I think, some of the real joy that comes from this game is that it lets you look at the world in just a slightly more interesting way. And so to me, sometimes the best reading that you can do out of a game like this is not necessarily just, here's something that gives me a sort of similar feeling. Although that's also very good. Obviously, if you like reading, it's nice to have recommendations that you can give to people who are interested. So, for instance, I have a coworker who's really into Dune, and they like it. But I also know they like it because they like sort of houses and and different alliances and things like that. They like lots of different teams. So I imagine if they were to get into this, they would be really interested in the different principles, the different hours. I'm sure they'd have feelings on, whether they would be a member of the Church of the Unconquered Sun or the Sisterhood of the Knot, or and they'd like to talk about all the little drama between all the various characters. So they like Dune because of those houses. They like it for the same reason they like House of the Dragon. So the question then would be, should I recommend Foundation to them? Foundation is a fun one because I've probably met more economists inspired to become economists by the concept of psychohistory than any other source. Like even Freakonomics, I think, probably is second to people who are inspired by the Foundation. I haven't seen the Apple TV series yet. I'd kind of like to reread the books. Or read in some cases. I don't think I've read all of the Foundation books. But, it's hard not to see that as an influence. It's hard not to, recommend something like Heinlein, which Frank Herbert specifically cited as somebody that he had read. I think Jack Vance and... there was a third one. And then, like concepts like the Butlerian Jihad, Samuel Butler's almost certainly a reference point in that. So I can recommend all of these to him. But, number one, is he a reader? Is he, somebody who would like to sit down and read these books? And do they have those qualities that would keep him interested? Are they things that will enhance his enjoyment of Dune, which he knows primarily through the latest adaptations and the HBO series? Or would these sort of be very plodding, antiquated, old sci-fi things? And like, isn't it such a good, isn't it so nice that we can enjoy it in its modern form? So with that in mind, right, like it's one of these things where it's always very good if you're into books. It's nice to have other recommendations, and specifically ones where people have an idea of what your interests are, right? Kind of like, kind of the role that sort of record stores used to have, and I think most people's ideal recommendation algorithms would do, right? You go to a record store, the people there, they have a bit of an idea of your tastes, and so if something new comes in, they'll recommend it to you. They know what it is, or what you're likely to enjoy. I say that I'm actually not a big record person, but I actually say this because in my neighborhood there's a place that's still going strong. They've actually expanded, and it's totally that sort of place where you go in and they've apparently just heard like every album ever made. It's really impressive. I just use Apple Music. I'm like the worst to them. But anyways, so I wanted to talk a little bit about Fasti, but the fun thing about this too is that when I look at the 3rd of January, which is of course today, it is marked. I want to get the. It's in the stream title, but I'm looking for the. I'm looking for the reference in the preface. I don't think I can find it in the preface, but Comitialis. But basically, this would be where there are sort of certain assemblies are permitted to come together. And I would love it if I just sort of mainlined the Lighthouse Institute material so that we could form the Lighthouse Institute on the day, or on the first committee day, let's say. Zerog, good to see you. What are you doing outside of Pro's channel? Let me see these ones. These are cute. Oh, moth. Very, very nice. I think we got. Where's the moth? But yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to talk a little bit about Ovid. And I will mention there are a few that you could put in categories like that. So, for instance, Procopius, the Secret Histories, is also another one where it's got Secret Histories in the title. Okay, so that's something of an introduction. Let me go back and look at my notes because I definitely don't remember what I was... Oh, yes. Okay. So I had a bunch of books that I was going to talk to the visitors about. We've got... Actually, I'll just take a second here. So under potential candidates... Fair enough. So we technically already have Fraser Strathcoyne as an option. I believe we've already helped Father Stanislav John Schaller. We did help Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore. We have got... I don't believe we have a Secretary Enigmatic yet. And then a Secretary Nunciant, I don't recall. Perhaps we... Actually, I believe we did talk with Olympie Bichet, now that I think of it. So, anyways, that is... That's my start. Alright, so I've got some resurgences and emergences, and I've got Watchman's Paradoxes, and what surprises me is I do not seem to have a to-do list on this. So I note Great Signs and Great Scars +2. So that makes sense, because we've got the resurgences and emergences, and obviously there's no other Grail or Moth. But what's the deal with the Watchman's Paradoxes? Interesting. So I might split that among Stitching and Binding, Lockworks and Clockworks. We'll see. Okay, so we are getting our occult scrap back. Alright, we've got a lot of books that we're reading. Do I have somebody... Okay, I don't have anything working at the Sweet Bones, so we will use that for help with letters. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. And we will also bring in Mr. Kill. So speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So that may be different from what I was planning at the end of the last stream, but of course I'm working with what I've got right now. And it's a rainy day, so that will help with the Great Signs and Great Scars when it comes down to it. What have I learnt? It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Nothing's history when it first happens. There's still a couple of persistent memories that I can try to make, but I think I'm gonna sit down. There's a couple things that I can do to try and pass the time. So obviously my library could be in better shape as far as the shelving goes. My contradictions shelf leaves something to be desired. But the thing is, I've already put... actually, it would be kind of funny to put contradictions beside the Asite altar. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? I don't know. I'll give it a think, but... It may also be that I haven't finished leveling up the various skills that I have, so I'm going to take a look at that as well. But I'll basically wait until everything's sort of cleared up. All right, help with letters. Excuse me. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And we'll just keep the usual. We'll keep the usual cycle going here. It is winter, and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. All All right, on the matter and deeds of serpents. This was probably the prophecies of the Naga, rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of Act texts. The serpent folk called the Great Hooded Princes came to know the order called the House of Leith, and warred across the miles with them. They made an alliance with the mother of ants, whose children they had been. The text describes how the Great Hooded Princes escaped, or will escape, from the fifth history, where they had died, or were doomed to die. They engaged in a secret conquest of the land of the Great River, called India in some histories, and have ensured that all other conquests of that land are false conquests. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, loss. The laws of the house forbade Matthias to love. The customs of the wood forbade the imago to remain. So he conjured her a final time, when she had uncovered the shears of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back, so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed, to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast out Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name-day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of the moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely, in memory of the name and the long who gave up their past, that they might be together forgotten. The Moon's Egg, the third and last volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of the coming death he hears in the sound of the waves, but rejoices that his blood will water the egg of the moon, by which he seems to mean the future. The last chapter was dictated, not written, by Abbot Thomas. When Thomas's old sword brother Trygive returned to raid the abbey, Thomas had broken his monastic oaths and taken up arms to defend the abbey. The two had both been mortally wounded. Thomas's last words are, "The wheel turns, the moon sleeps." The Lake Fucino recordings of the folk dances of the Fucine marshes. The wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. These are the songs the sisters sang to the witch, that the thunderskin roared to the sky. The songs with which the Dwendrazons of the Mansus keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. The Berry Book. Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit for no other apparent reason but that it was the kind of thing that she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language Gillisimi. Who is it once said that the fruit is the womb of a plant? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that in ripened wisdom. I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar, and watch the Pyrus persimmon burst from wood. Gather more nectar, wring it from the trees and earth, and our persimmon gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known now as a Mason architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulf mentions that the tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower rises, a tower falls, is all he'll commit to. You have a wistful air? Let it rise in head and heart, a half-sorrowful music of half-pleasant longing. Note that this is not persistent. A savage hymn, harsh on the tongue, a music that urges valor and violence. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Pursuit, an account of an occult romance. A certain mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who use the arts of water to conceal themselves. Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate his pinned collection. The amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or a penance, set her out to lure the long to a slough of nightmares. Matthias loved the Imago. Did he? Can love long love, or has that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias. Did she? Or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at the last she turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together in the bounds where the browns grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore that they won. I do apologize for the reading here. I'll try and sip. I do have coffee, so Olaf will be pleased. But obviously I'm not 100% today. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law or principle or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the hours can make use of them? And finally, Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Varro's Opening the Sky, composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp Expunge. The first movement is soft, autumnal. The second, unsettling, febrile. The third is bright, soaring, rapturous. The fourth movement is glassy, slithering, a tintinnabulous icicle rattle. The fifth returns to the theme of the third, bright and rapturous once again, but this is a choral movement. It becomes apparent, though, that these are much, much too pure and high to be human voices. They recall birdsong, they recall the sweep of the windswept sky, blue turning black at the edge of the higher heaven, and they wrench the heart in a direction the bureau does not permit. Che Tranqui, how you doing? Happy New Year. Good to see you. Oh, sorry, you like going by Che. Sorry, it takes a while for the the preferences to penetrate the skull. Narkexi, good to see you. It must be the, I guess the title doesn't work. Oh, Tranky, gotcha. Well, I'll do my best to say Tranky properly in the future, but I appreciate you letting me know. Either way, thank you for not giving up on the stream, despite my pronunciation. And not to be outdone, we've got Narkexi, who is actually also a broadcaster in their own right. But merry belated Christmas and a happy New Year to you as well. Australian broadcaster, somebody who I last saw playing Phantom Brigade. Actually really embraced that game. I have not played the game since its most recent update, but if you want somebody who's really just given their all to Phantom Brigade on stream, that is definitely Narkexi for you. What else? 33 months, my god, man. Thank you very much for the support. I hope you've been well. I feel like it's been a while since I've said hello, but I, as always, appreciate it when people continue to show the support. I'm guessing with you, I'm sure you... Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know if I've really talked with you since the new job, but I know some of the challenges I've been running into so far as getting started on time must really affect you, just given the time difference. But in any case, I definitely wish you, and of course all of you in chat, and those of you who may be watching on a VOD, all the best in the new year. I hope it has started well, and I hope you are looking forward to what the year has to offer. Okay, so one of the first things that I want to commit for the level up here would be anything that Mr. Kill might be able to generate. So Satisfaction and Gossip are probably the two best candidates here. We'll chuck in a... chuck in an Arab. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And I think we'll just kind of keep going. So actually, one challenge I run into is I really should be a little more organized over the course of the day, because I did actually want to read as many books as I can. So let's actually work out how we're going to do the last couple of steps. So we need Knock or Grail for resurgences and emergences. And then to level up Watchman's Paradoxes, the only real options we have here are Sky. So that would be Stitching and Binding, which has Heart, Strings and Songs, which also has Heart, and Lockworks and Clockworks. So I suppose the first obvious candidate to use with... yeah, okay. So the Rain doesn't do anything except levels up Great Signs and Great Scars. So that's definitely there no matter what. Salt also doesn't help this trio here, so we definitely want to put that one there. So I think... well, then I guess there'd be the I mean, obviously I can use the pattern with Lockworks and Clockworks. That's actually, that would be a slight preference, if I'm honest. Okay, here's how I'm gonna divide that. So we need 5 for each of these. So Lockworks and Clockworks is gonna be the special one. So if we can put any knock to work there. Oh, actually, you know what? I've got more knock than I know what to do with, so... okay, so I just need to pick 2 more. Well, in this case... excuse me, the Storm makes the most sense, because I can get that back within the minute. So the rest of these are pretty straightforward. A lot of this is just going to be driven by whatever books I want to read next. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the Beguiling Melody for that one. And then for the next Watchman's Paradox, we currently have 3 Wistful Air. All right, so I want to make sure that I'm not overcommitting here, but... okay, so we're moving up Lockworks and Clockworks. Next up is Strings and Songs and Stitching and Binding, and both of these are going to be all Heart and all Sky. So we will take the Arab. So I will be using up the Beguiling Melody, so let's go for... we'll do the Wind's Ruin, I guess. So Secret Thresholds doesn't do anything for me here. I'm going to try reading the David Green journal. And that's just so I can remember what its memory was. All right. For... yeah, so Stolen Secrets doesn't give me anything. Impulse, Bittersweet Certainty, Revelation doesn't give me anything. Again, it's Heart and Sky that I'm looking for. I don't even remember which of these we were working on. I guess we did the Moon's Egg, so Isaac of Karth. The pattern's already taken care of, and we won't have any future use for it. Hindsight doesn't help. Salt doesn't help. Satisfaction we might get from Mr. Kill. So I think that's really all that I can hang on to for this first round. I should maybe go for a little bit more, but I do want to see what I can get out of Mr. Kill tonight. It's a curious game. I see it, but I have no clue going on. Reddit says you play as a librarian. Yep. So this is the sequel to Cultist Simulator. I think it takes place chronologically after the sort of main game, 39, I believe. I should remember the date because it says it right at the start. And you unlock, so you are hired as the librarian of Hush House, which you will discover later is an entity known as it's one of the branches of the Watchman's Tree. And these are special places that are given certain exceptions in terms of the types of knowledge that they can house and what can be read there. But you are actually shipwrecked. The start of the game takes place on St. Brendan's Cove, and you actually work your way up to the city, and a very large part of the game is actually spent restoring the library, which has been abandoned for 7 years after a fire. And as you go through the game, you start noticing that there doesn't really seem to be a lot of evidence of a fire until you start getting deeper and you start getting an idea of what's actually going on. So there are definitely some very interesting rooms, which I won't elaborate too much on what they're about unless you're unless you'd like me to tell. But it definitely has this feeling of exploring an ancient manor and seeing all sorts of just interesting things. And I really I don't know, it's much like Cultist Simulator. It's one of these ones that can be quite difficult to describe because there isn't necessarily anything like it as far as a game is concerned. But I think as far as like a tagline goes, a narrative crafting RPG would be a good... This is sort of what the marketing uses. It does look very complicated, so I will stress that I am quite late in the game, and specifically late in a playthrough that I started when they were beta testing the expansion to this called House of Light. So there is no way of... there's no real way to lose. You can sort of lock yourself out of endings by destroying your journal, but the game warns you. Yeah, I've definitely been playing this for a long time. But yeah, the game will warn you that you're about to do something irreversible. But yeah, the way I kind of like to explain it to people, especially when they ask to talk about its difficulty relative to Cultist Simulator, in the sense of it will fail you and you need to reset. The game doesn't do that. But the fact that there is no timer except for the season of Numa essentially means that this game now has a little bit more flexibility in terms of throwing some maybe more difficult challenges at you in terms of just what you like, trying to figure out what's going on, right? Much like Cultist Simulator, it's given out in fragments and such, but there are just steps which, because all that you're really going to lose is time. They do allow for maybe some less obvious challenges. This is always why I get a little I always get a little stressed out whenever I see people asking about like the optimal skill build or something like that, because in the end I always sort of feel that this game is more about where is the point that the old tricks stop working for you, and then that's when you learn a little bit more about the game. And that's a lot like just learning in the real world, right? There are some things that I understand very well, and there are some basics of the things that I understand very well that I don't understand well at all, and I I take the time to read and learn about them so that I don't just rely on the same old bag of tricks, because of course that means I'm more vulnerable to those times when those solutions aren't appropriate. So as a result, I really do like I like the way that the difficulty sort of ramps up in terms of the game. But it's like it's actually a little bit like Zachtronics games in the sense that usually the first few puzzles are quite straightforward because they're kind of teaching you the game. But there's always going to be that point when you sort of hit a wall, and that's like there's really no way to work around that. Like that moment's going to happen, and you it would be wrong to sort of send them an email saying like, hey, can you lower the difficulty for this part because it's hard, because like that's going to be different for everyone. And just at some point you kind of have to decide whether or not you want to engage with things that might be beyond your abilities at the start. And like, it's the reason why some people don't do like Sudoku or crossword puzzles, or that they don't get any enjoyment out of it. I probably play chess a little bit less because I've really fallen behind in terms of my skills. So when I get beaten by sort of lower level AI, that doesn't feel great. So I sort of know that I'm gonna have to put in the work to get back to that level, and then you have to decide whether or not that's the best use of your time. I think probably for chess it is, but oh yeah, sorry, Jay, you have some. There's a couple of good questions in here. I was monologuing. You're reorganizing something and searching a little. Yeah, so I don't have any more searching to do. We've got all of the different rooms. I do eventually want to reshelve the contradiction books and maybe deal with my overflow section here, but that's going to involve sort of expanding out the library and deciding which of these rooms winds up being the next one to go in. I may use some of the, like the Chapel Callicite to house some of these, but I don't know. I need to make some choices about that. You said, I took up golf a few years ago and I found it much easier than people make it out to be. My challenge has come later, and as a result, it's different than... Yeah, that is a very, very good example of that. Because like there are some things, not to get too philosophical about this, but I kind of have a feeling that it's about as close as we're going to get to sort of having an idea in terms of where sort of excellence in certain fields comes from, right? Like there are some people who it seems like they're just sort of born to do that thing, and like you'll hear certain stories like Aphex Twin made lots of noises and was like always banging on pots and pans, and now sort of makes this music and is like, well, they were always gonna clearly they were always going to become a musician or something like that. And obviously there are some people where that's not necessarily true, but there definitely is something about those stories. And I guess the best that I can sort of say is that we have natural inclinations to certain activities. Those are things that we either enjoy or just find more fun, or any number of different it looks like I did not classify what this this book gives us too. My bad. But yeah, I think what it does is that gives us an idea of sort of where our interests are at the beginning. And for our interests, the more we practice at something, the better we become at it. And of course, from that skill and that interest, like essentially our interests allow us to become more skilled at things. And then of course, as we become more skilled, and if we're still interested in them, then we'll continue to keep doing that practice. And all of a sudden, you sort of wake up and, hey, I'm pretty good at this thing, right? And that doesn't mean you're a world-shaping genius or something like that, but that's probably, I guess, as close as we can get to sort of roughly figuring out where some of this mastery comes from. Just because in the end, like, it's like me, like there are some subjects in school that I was much better at than ones that I'm not. So, I don't know if I would have been particularly well suited to physics, let's say. I did rather well in econ. So, and that's fine because I seem to have some, for one reason or another, some disposition to that kind of thinking, and it's sort of allowed me to do the things that I like doing. It's not to suggest that that's a discipline for everyone or that everybody's journey will be the same, but in this case, I imagine I probably spent more time on econ and I pursued it because it's something that I found as a whole easier to do. Was that window a shelf? Yes. So each of these cards are skills, which I'll get from reading books. This window ledge does count as a shelf, so that's where I've stored some of the books that I haven't read yet. And what was the other one? Are each of these cards a book? So I think probably in the grand scheme of things, you can think of these books kind of like a card. So in the context of Cultist Simulator, they would behave very similarly to cards, but they aren't strictly cards. Like they are book-like objects in the world that you can shelve, but you can't put them. I don't think you could put them on the floor, for instance. There actually aren't a lot of things you can put on the floor in this game. But yeah, books are little packages that contain knowledge, and you open them up and they give you things. Okay, on that note, so to your earlier question about what am I working on right now, so one thing I want to do is finish reading all of the books on this shelf here, and while I do that, I get lessons, and those lessons will be used to level up my skill. Excuse me. So my skills you can think of as a traditional RPG skills. And my elements of the soul, you can think of maybe a little bit more like a traditional RPG's attributes. And so the way that you level up skills in this game, it doesn't have XP, but what you do have are memories. And so you can combine those memories, a lesson with memories and a skill to advance your skill. But the higher up you go, the higher level you need, right? So this comes back to your golf analogy. You can get to a certain level, but once you hit that area where you don't have that natural skill or those, that previous experience or whatever caused you to move quite quickly through the ranks, there is that point where the challenges that you're facing are beyond the reach of your current capabilities. And so that marginal unit of knowledge, right, that advancement in terms of your skill is not the same as learning that first level, right? Like you need to put a lot more. It's like, I'm not going to suggest that kindergarten is like super easy for every kid, but clearly the challenges of kindergarten are not going to be the same as, comps for a PhD. You simply need to know more. You are expected to know much more. And so getting to that next level of understanding to be able to achieve that next level of understanding, it requires a lot more. And so in this case, you need sort of that diversity of knowledge. I actually really like the model of knowledge and understanding inside of the game. So, because at the very, if nothing, maybe I'm just kind of in sync with the developers for this game, but I think its model of understanding and how we gain and organize knowledge just rings true to me as a human being. Well, obviously I've been hired by Weather Factory to promote the game on their Steam channel, so I would be, or their Steam page, so I would be lying if I said that I didn't have at least some kind of, goodwill towards the developers. But they're not paying me in perpetuity, and they're not paying me to do these streams. So obviously, I'm gonna say, "Oh, go nuts! It's awesome." But if you do have any questions, like if there are things that you wanted to know sort of on the end, first of all, I will say on the YouTube channel, I have 2 playthroughs, one of the base game, one of the with the Book of Hours expansion. So if you kind of want to see what those opening moves are, those are an organized playlist. But if you have any questions that will help you make the decision one way or the other, if you're going to put it on your wish list or something like that, I'm happy to answer those as I go through. I'll try to explain what I'm doing in these steps here. I just kind of want to highlight that I am really in the end game of specifically the Book of Hours expansion. So my experience of this game right now is going to be quite different from what your first few hours of Book of Hours is going to be. Although not in a negative sense. Like I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going to be going on that you'll find worthwhile. Okay, let's level up the great signs and great scars. So some glyphs are too obscure to reside in any language, but too potent to remain unwritten. So we'll take the Resurgences and Emergences lesson. We'll use the Rain, the Salt, and the Memory. Just to give you an idea of the mechanics behind this, because this has got Grail and Knock, I need to go from level 3 to level 4. I need 3 memories that contain either a Grail or a Knock aspect. I need a lesson, which again contains Grail or Knock. In this case, this contains Grail and Moth. And then finally, I need to put something of myself, the element of the soul, into it. And because I have more Knock available, I'm going to put the Shapt in. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Okay, oops. So I think now would be the time I probably want to think about the next batch of lessons. So I'm going to be leveling up Lockworks and Clockwork, Strings and Songs, and then Stitching and Binding is the last one. So for that, well, I guess we go back to all the I think I'm actually going to lose the Beguiling Melody. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. All right. So let's bring back the cheerful ditty. Callers generally preferred his devices to be as gleamingly modern as possible, but he preferred phonograph cylinders over the newer gramophone records. The cylinder, like the records, exemplified ingenuity and reliability, repeated the desired sounds, but they also could be consigned neatly to a cubbyhole without causing any sort of fuss. How you doing, Lord Gloom? Good to see you. Folks, for those of you who like card games, but I won't necessarily shout out Lord Gloom as a Secret History streamer yet. Lord Gloom I originally found through a wonderful Brace Yourself game. I want to say Sunshine Heavy Industries, but that's not what it was. It's the sequel. Good God, why can't I remember this? I'm going to have to bring it up on Cobalt Core. Thank you. I got to play that again if I'm forgetting the name. But anyways, so Gloom has done everything from Cobalt Core to Magic the Gathering live. But lately I've been watching him play Escape from Tarkov, and then every once in a while some War Thunder and World of Tanks. Or actually, I don't know if you've been doing World of Tanks. I've seen you do World of Warships. World of Tanks should sue the World of Warships people. It's obvious clone. But either way, very fun streamer to hang out with. Somebody's been very supportive of me, and somebody worth checking out, particularly if you're looking for some new streamers in the new year. Although I imagine that's probably a year-round thing. All right, let's read the Invisible Opera to get the cheerful ditty. For this, we'll need Rose, Scale, Heart, or Sky. We have a little Sky left over from the Faust. The Wistful Air we need to make through music. Well, that's awkward. I believe if I want to make strings and songs... I would tie it up so that I'm not able to actually level up the skill. I wonder if we can get away with... There we go, Bells and Braziers will do it. Recall a sweet and sorrowful song. Okay. So Savage Hymn is the last one I can get away with out of those. Let's use a metal in this case for the edge. And I think I'm going to leave it at that just to see how it all washes out in the end. Because again, I've got a couple things that are going to get overwritten. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? So the gossip isn't as useful to us because we don't need the grail anymore, but we'll keep it going. How is your New Year treating you, by the way, Lord Gloom? I don't think I've said Happy New Year to you yet. Better now. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. All right, so we've got... I got to be really quick on the unpause. Okay. So we will use the Watchman's Paradoxes to level up Lockworks and Clockworks. I guess technically a more sensible move here would be... So I'm not going to have to worry about losing the pattern, the secret threshold. It's the confounding parable, the beguiling melody, and the storm. So let's actually take the time to level up... we'll level up strings and songs instead. So storm, confounding parable, wistful air, cheerful ditty, and a beguiling melody. This wasn't the original plan, but I'm just trying to preserve as many of the elements of the soul that I have. So we'll put a... Oh, right, I need heart. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. The harmonies of lower skies are here reproduced. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll see what books I have just to get an idea of where we're sitting. Oh, that's great. The Wind's Ruin, the second volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the sea, striving for plunder. Excuse me. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence, but there are hints that he also misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Trygeeve. The Journal of Sir David Green, a confidential journal kept by Green, former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent, but in 1903 librarian of Hush House. Green has kept his journal in Hyksos, presumably as an extra measure of privacy. Hang on a second. Okay, cool. In 1903, the House cooperated closely with the branch, and Green was the public face of that cooperation. In private, however, Green was clearly disillusioned with the branch, which he increasingly regards as irresponsible. He is especially concerned about the construction of a suppressive mechanism beneath Brandkrug Jail and its likely occupant. Hours and names are dangerous, he writes, but at least our dealings have the benefit of long experience. An hour who acts before she is born, who leaves these places she has never entered. If her names walk the world already, how can we understand their courses and their capabilities? The last entries alternate between calculations, tides, dates, financial calculations, and expressions of fevered longing for AF. It seems that Green intends to run away with AF, and some of the calculations imply that he has been embezzling funds to that end, under cover of the chaos caused by the Ortuccio incident and the subsequent reorganization of Nocturnal Branch into the Suppression Bureau. The entries, however, stop abruptly before the year's end. It's not clear whether Green did in fact abscond with funds and fond friend, or whether he abandoned his journal for other reasons. All right, so that's a fear text, which would explain why that was on the shelf here. Isaac of Karth's History of the Shadowless Kings. A true and accurate history of the Shadowless Kings by Isaac of Karth. Isaac describes the 1,000-year ascendancy of the Shadowless Empire. The first and greatest history is described herein. The Persian Empire, the sons of Achaemenes, the Shadowless Kings, the most glorious empire, survives the assaults of Alexander the Great and flourishes as late as the 5th century. After the fall of Rome, the Shadowless Empire takes Byzantium under its wing and moves east against the land of the Great River. Isaac begins to recount the invasion struggling against the unskinned armies of the Hooded Serpents, but ends abruptly with a series of incantations he claims allowed the Shadowless Empire to persist. Five creations. The itinerant scholar Sohai debated 5 possible origins for humanity, with a hooded figure since claimed to be the beach crow. Sohai later claimed that, excuse me, that all these accounts had proven false, but the debate was nevertheless recorded. The carapace origin. We were born from shell, like the children of the wasp from the spider. The glorious origin. Our life motes descended from light. The origin befouled. We were found naked and smeared with muck in the roots of the wood. Sohai's preferred theories are that we are the children of apes who walked upright, although his tone here is satirical, or that we consumed not only our parents, which is not the crime of the sky, but also our origin, so that we came from nowhere. All right, do I have room on the gossip shelf? Probably not. All right, well, that's it for the space. All right, you know what? I think the time has come for a proper reorganization of the library. Not sure I want this to be a gossip shelf, though. So. Oh God, where did you wind up? All right. It's temporary. All right, so the first thing we got to do is move all this out of the way. All right, then. Under protest, I'll put these in the vaults. Yes, exactly. Okay, so I'll move the Lambig. So we'll just put that on the shelf here. So this, I may actually be able to put books elsewhere. So what I was originally thinking was, I don't want to be wasteful, right? So this has quite a bit of room. So I was thinking that this would actually be good for satisfaction. Actually, you know, it's probably too much for satisfaction. But then I wonder if we're going to be able to free up another one of these shelves. So let's give it a shot. I suppose the first question actually would be, let's test this hypothesis. No, okay, so it's not a proper shelf. So with that in mind, let's not put the satisfaction there because we know we won't have enough room. And instead, now would actually be not a bad time for me to say this is where the gossip stuff goes. Now, the thing about this is, technically there's more room. Like, these are 6 books, which I don't actually really need to... Like, there are other shelves that I could put 6 on. I think it looks like we have room for maybe 8. But that's the tricky question, right? It's like, which of these would be a good alternative? Maybe the impulse, but then the impulse is going to have to get divided, or is going to have to move somewhere else. So for now, this is no longer the gossip shelf. Now, what I'm curious about is if we can get away with putting all of De Bellis Murorum, or sorry, not De Bellis Murorum, but all of the contradictions on this shelf. No, we cannot. Okay. So that's fine, because I think contradictions are an obvious place to put the material for the Asite altar. So the question is, if I have 3 Solace books, what's the best place for me to put those? Because it would be a shame to use this much shelf space for something that might fit better. I mean, maybe we use this for salt? Or maybe regrets? Let's see if we can... Better still. Revelation. That's definitely not going to fit. No, this is purely me wanting to have an organized library and getting satisfaction from it. Yeah. I have decided to organize it by memory just because it's a little bit easier for me to remember where everything is on the map. But I've done libraries that were organized by topic just because I found that slightly more interesting to do. It is really just a personal choice on that. Okay. So can't put hindsight there. You know, I wonder if I did something like this. So that frees up a foresight shelf. Not entirely clear if that gets me anything more that wasn't already available, but I like this direction of travel. So I wonder if we did... Probably not enough space, but I'm going to test. Not even close. I got a big Fears collection that really should get a proper home. Well, let's not worry about this too much for now. Let's at least clear out the Solace, and we can always move it again if circumstances change. Okay. So now down here, we go for a contradiction shelf with the Asite altar. This is going to be a real shame if I don't have enough room. Oh, I'm not going to make it. Maybe. Excuse me. Sacre bleu. I tried. So I'm trying to think of like a little batch of books that can fit on this shelf here. I think 7 is too much for this group. Yeah, unless I really want to start messing around. I mean, I got a little bit of movement. Nothing I'm like super happy with, if I'm completely honest. I would like to repurpose this shelf for something. I think probably it's a little too optimistic to think that hindsight might be covered. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11's too much. But there's a lot of kind of empty space between the... Oh, actually, this is one thing we could do. So, okay, so what did that get me? Okay, so I can fit about 9 on one of these. You know what? I'm going to stop messing with this for now. I have a couple of ideas, but nothing that I want to put too much emphasis on. I'm kind of conscious of the fact that me silently working on library organization is it's acceptable every once in a while, but if I like really make it the focus of the stream, I don't think people are going to like it. So. Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, 2nd edition, or The Refinements of Light, Julian Cosley had never wanted or expected to write a 2nd edition of his masterwork. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps leave itself. Julian Cosley long regarded Solomon Husher as a charlatan, but his friend Nina Lagasse painted 3 paintings before her death in 1895, and these paintings apparently convinced Cosley to change his mind. With considerable irritation, he revised his magnum opus. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal. Coseley had always championed history rather than eternity, the exceptions, limitations, contradictions of freedom, but Huscher's and Lagasse' work convinced him to believe in the paradox of the eternal ending, a means in which perfection might be reconciled with freedom. He is not happy about it. This is perhaps the angriest book ever written in support of a peaceful philosophy of acceptance, but Coseley was always scrupulous about his conclusions. Newman, A Final Understanding. Eternity and history cannot be reconciled. Freedom cannot be perfection, not unless we understand the paradox of the eternal ending. And only in certain histories is that paradox possible. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the magnate can use it to win a particular victory. Now, I was originally using this for leveling things up, but what I probably should have done was thought about what book I might want to read next. So if I take my Watchman's Paradox, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're ready to go with with Lockworks and Clockworks. What about Stitching and Binding? So Stitching and Binding has got 1, 2, 3 of the 6 required. I definitely didn't manage this well. Okay, so if we have I think these are all for music, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, actually, here's what I'll do. So, excuse me. I need... It's 5, so I actually just need 2 more. After those 2, we're working on... we're working on another book. So I guess the first thing that I'll do here is read Honey, A Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Hattington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm on the marvelous work of the bee. Now, Insects and Nectars is Moon and Nectar, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So... with that, Desires and Dissolution... Ooh, Desires and Dissolutions is an interesting choice there. Nope, but Snow Stories is better. So Moon and Winter. When I say better, I just mean that it's at a lower level. So it's Snow Stories that... By the way, for some reason... Oh, I remember why. Yes, it was because I didn't have Forge and Knock. But yeah, so for this one, we would want the Moon and Winter. None of which we have here. Okay. But I only have one of it, so cool. With that, let's go Orchids and Narcotics. We will use... I want to make sure I have my Elements of the Soul available. Let's use the Trist, which I feel a little... Actually, yeah, I'll use the Trist, which I feel a little weird about, but I can master this mystery, enough nectar to match mystery nectar. So I'll think about leveling that up in a minute. I just need to see... Okay, Enchiridion Triangularis. So just as a hypothetical, I want to see whether or not I can actually read this book when I want to. So for that, Edict Martial's my best bet. And then I have 3 with the... Yeah, so in that case, I could just chuck the Lunar Globe at it. I can master this mystery, enough moon to match mystery moon. And this will get me Serpents and Venoms, which is Gale and Moon, I think. Yep. Okay. But let's focus on the task at hand. So first thing I'm going to do is read a book with... excuse me. I'm going to read a book with the confounding parables. Of course, now they move everything around. I'm not going to remember where they go. We're back to the other line. Again, I'm looking for sky or heart. I'm just trying to think if there's any examples of sky or heart that also give me moon. There's really not a whole lot. So I will do the flayed tantra. And this needs... I can do fet, I think. And actually, that should cover me for what I need for the using the Watchman's Paradoxes. So let's think about how I'm going to move up snow stories. The other thing I want to do here is make sure I have enough. So we'll use a shaft with Lockworks and Clockworks, and I'll use a core with with leveling up stitching and binding. And then, because I want to level up snow stories, that's going to be a moon or a winter. So I'll use the winter here. So now I want the moon or winter memories. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. So bittersweet certainty gives me a winter memory. I'm starting to run out of elements of the soul to employ, so we'll use the metal in this case. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Salt would be another obvious candidate, although I'm also running out of desk space. So here we can use Faust. And maybe what we'll do here, I think I'll just wait it out because we're gonna wait, like, we'll have a few things that we need to wait on anyway. I also thought we... Oh yeah, it's right up here. We're leveling up our whist. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Of course, we also don't know what we're getting from Mr. Kill, so some of the memories that I employ might change. All right, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. The Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the Grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Wistful air, let it rise in head and heart, a half sorrowful music of half pleasant longing. And The Invisible Opera Unfinished Recording, a recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. The singers complete the Skewbald aria, Beneath Our Skin, and A Rose in Maya without incident, but the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Farazref the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. The recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and soft brass buzzing that fades into burring silence. Cheerful ditty, a rousing little rhythm. Okay, so let's think about the next steps. So we've got a what is it? That's a winter memory, confounding parable. Storm. Salt. Okay. So let's get the lockworks and clockworks out of the way. Just going to take a minute here to make sure I'm not missing out on any obvious candidates. Nope. So we'll employ the shaft as expected. At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. Okay, so stitching and binding is going to be the next one. So that's going to need heart or sky. None of these really work for that. Or it's none of the extras here, I mean. But I do have the final understanding as a surplus if I need it. And the Book of True Blood is the next one that I need to think about. Okay, so we're good with that with the metal. History of Inks will be an interesting... No, it won't. We've already got it. Oh, this is good. Regret will cover me for the winter that I need. The Book of the Extinguished Heart. Now, this is an interesting one. So we've got 3... Yeah, so both of my elements of the soul give us 3. This one uses Deep Mandiac, but Deep Mandiac provides Forge and Lantern. So in this situation, the next Newman that I'm going to want... so I've got 9 heart, but I'm definitely going to want to bring... I'm definitely going to want to bring more. So that invites the question, which of these is my best bet for for heart? Let me just see. I wrote down all the Newman and then I lost the part of the... All right, here we go. Ooh, that would be a good one, actually. Yeah. Okay, so when it comes down to it, I don't need to do it right now, but the 3 and the 3 will be the Newman I read for the heart. Again, it's not one I'm expecting to need right away, though. Sharpen my whist to its utmost. I'll remember. Name a memory that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. And I believe that is all the leveling that I can do with my elements of the soul. Or that I want to do, rather. Alright, let's restore the whist again. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I'm sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. The skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. And The Other Line, one of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works, an allegorical play about the city Clarity, a city which is also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. The Lord's Proverbial and the Lord's Disquisitional war in the streets of Clarity, while the punctuants get drunk on ink and supply the jokes, though by Savage's usual standards there aren't very many jokes. The final act sees the Lord's Proverbial unsealing the city Clarity's gates to expel the population into the unknown. The formula that they use for the unsealing is a real one. It can be used with knock and preliminal meter to create a gate sign of power. The Flayed Tantra. This Tantra is recorded as being spoken by an enigmatic individual identified as Peel, with many of the qualities of the mythological Naga. The Flayed Tantra played a notable part in Alexander Sparrow's paranoid pamphleteering. Peel was numbered among the great hooded princes, but it breaks with its brethren and followed the Thunderskin in the endless dance. Once Peel had peeled itself, it had the ink it needed to write the Tantra. It had to face the wrath of its fellows. Here is the invocation it used to fend them off. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brankrug Isle, which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. And finally, the Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabis claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of this codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth, and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with the condemnation of the Grail. Alright, now I just want to double check that I'm not I'm not making bad assumptions in terms of what I have available to me. So I think we are done as far as tasks are concerned. We don't have anything that we're reading and queuing up. Of course, there's... oh, that's interesting. Okay. There's the books that I was already reading, but those are going to get me new lessons, so I'm not as focused on those. Okay. So, let's get the levels. So first of all, we're going to take Stitching and Binding, and that will level up with Watchman's Paradoxes. Definitely Storm, Beguiling Melody, Savage, and Wistful Air. And I suppose the question here would be, do I want to use the Final Understanding, or do I want to use the Confounding Parable? And I actually think it makes sense... I actually think it makes slightly more sense to hang on to the Final Understanding. The Confounding Parable has the benefit of having Moon, but it looks like we're possibly going to be leveling up things like Putrefactions and Calcinations, which also has Winter... Oh, actually, Inks of Containment isn't yet at level 3. Maybe I want to level that up first. I don't know. Either way, we'll use the core. At last, I am something of an authority on, in this. Improve the skill to level 6. Yeah, I should probably level up Inks of Containment. Nothing changes for that one, but... Okay, so we don't have a whole lot of time left for the day. So I do want to... I want to be kind of conscious in terms of what elements of the soul I have available, but also what I can realistically get done. So, yeah, Insects and Nectars was going to be used originally to level up Snow Stories, but let's say we're going to do Inks of Containment this time around. So that's going to take a minute. So I guess what I do is I try to get another batch of Winter and Moon. And I'll set aside a Tryst. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have to set aside a Tryst just because we've already got so many of these others. But yeah, okay, so for Moon stuff, basically the way I should be treating this is that if I don't use it on this round, I'm not going to use it today. So I want 3 with Moon and Winter. So we can start with, I don't even remember which one. I guess Gospel of Zacchaeus. So that's a stolen secret. We'll use the Fet in this case. So again, it's a bit of a moon and winter hunt. So in this case, 108 because of the confounding parable. I can't see a situation where we would want to use the metal. I mean, actually, I guess maybe with the... Well, okay. Maybe I should check that. So that's my alternative if I'm squeamish about using... I can use the Faust. There's the salt. So I think that covers me for the 3, if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3. All right, so from there, I need to decide what I'm using the points for. It really is. It is actually available as a standalone purchase. I think you can also find it on the various streaming sites. So, you know, YouTube, Spotify. I know I can hear it through Apple Music. But it's Mickey Mar Productions. It's actually a Canadian behind it. Okay, so Magaphine Mysteries is one candidate. So I need to find 4 for that. So let's say I set aside the core. So that would be 4 for the moon and heart. I think I'm running out of candidates for... Oh, actually, I will read the 3 and the 3 now. Okay, I think at this point... Oh, sorry, what am I saying? I've also got the... Perugian Diaries that I can get the Cheerful Ditty out of. Okay, so that's more heart. As for the rest, not that I have a whole lot of extra space, but let's take Collar's Desk. With that one, I'll use... Yikes. Arab. And I think I'll use one of these intuitions. We'll read the Vatican manuscript. All right, so we'll see how this all shakes out. I'm particularly partial to the what am I trying to say? The winter music specifically. There's different songs for different seasons. Yeah, should probably work on moving the... And it's not going to want to go... All right, these are the first priorities in terms of clearing out. Oh, yes. Okay. All right, so I'm going to want to get rid of that as soon as possible. So here's something I can do to generate some winter. Renounce. If I cast an object into the sea, it will be lost, perhaps irretrievably. When something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, although of course I did. Alright, the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. Whatever it was, now it isn't. So we need to wait for the Haddington work to finish. All right, another fear. That's the 1 minute mark of hurry the heck up. Now, I'll just use this whist to earn some more money. All right, let's see how much of this got overwritten. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out, there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb has only 6 angles. Ugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinchuck mead, and only Skinchuck mead requires honey. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees, even those bloody blumberendi. I am always surprised by the contradictions from this. It's a very joyous book for one that has Oh! Now I'm really regretting putting this in the... No! Life's not fair. All right. You're kidding me. You just had a book on this. I'm calling shenanigans. Huh. Well, that gives me something to think about. All right, well, we'll make a special dispensation for honey. And the Enchiridion Triangularis, the poison manual of the Order of Assassins called the Triangulari. The Triangulari, dartsmen, were employed by the duties in their various incarnations to hunt down inhuman troublemakers. They developed poisons that even the immortals called Long could not withstand. Immunity to their own poisons was a constant concern for the Triangulari, and they constantly dosed themselves with substances that might build up immunity. Perinculate, the notoriously toxic unsanctioned ink, can be used as a base for one of these, serpent milk, with sufficient scale and with arts of serpents and venoms. That's neat. All right, the intuition's going to cause me a problem, because we only have so much room here. So actually, this could be a good candidate for an intuition shelf. For now, though, it's just gonna sit... you know what? I'll have a new overflow area. Alright, now the intuition's nice because that I can use to level up a couple of things. So first of all, we're gonna apply Inks of Containment, so we'll take Intuition, Newman Final Understanding, because that'll get replaced in a minute anyway. And then the Stolen Secret's also on its way out. So, with that, we will employ the Tryst, another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. And so with that in mind, I guess the question is, what are the 2 that I'm going to move up? So we'll move up Snow Stories. We can use 2... 3. I don't even need to bring anything else in, actually. Oh, yes, I do, because I'm short 1. Okay, why did I bring the core down? I think I said I was going to move up the Magathene Mysteries, but maybe I don't want to do that now. Okay, so this is for Snow Stories for sure. So one of these is going to become a level 4. I have a Contradiction and a Salt. So technically that can be used for anything with Moon. Okay, I'm not opposed to Magathene Mysteries, so let's just see here. So Magathene Mysteries would need 4. Gospel of Zacchaeus has covered to more than enough. In fact, it would not be a bad idea for me to get started on the Book of True Blood. Yeah, I'm going to do that. The Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, and 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. I'm wondering... No, this wouldn't be enough for intuitions. We could probably use regrets. I don't know. 108. Eva de Wolf discourses on the 5th history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the Great Hooded Princes, the Knocklong, who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Eva claims, honor the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Eva has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives, we just read this recently, but the mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Eva de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina, but the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Eva in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey, but he adds contemptuously that it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, and that one history is only that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. The Three and the Three, the St. Chiavi manuscript. Or possibly Chiavi. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one has best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. Certain knowledge cannot be learnt by any entity below the rank of No, outside the covenant of the Watchman's Tree. The enforcement of this rule is Calyptra. The 3 who enforce it are Calyptra also. It is said that Janus elects Calyptra, that the Chancel is the judgment of Janus, and that Janus is the wound in the law. The Watchman's Tree is a compromise. If Calyptra could end it, they would. If the Watchman could end Calyptra, he might. Between their planes conflicting, sparks illuminate the angles of unmade law. 3 rules. The hours are bound by their own edicts, even the chancel and the calyptra. That's why their deepest rules are secret. In certain histories, if we know those deepest rules, we know what even the chancel and the calyptra may not do. The Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Lopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Lopoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We've agreed to part, almost amicably." Lopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his study of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. And finally, the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been clearly reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in crucium? Alright, so I've really got more memories than I know what to do with right now, but I did say I was going to try and go for the next text. So this is the Book of True Blood. We'll read that at the Vagabond desk. I guess Edicts Martial is my highest edge. I guess Disciplines the Scar also works, so. Now for some reason I thought... Hang on. Yeah, apparently I misjudged. But that's fine, because I've got a fear I don't know what to do with. And then from there we can add the Cucurbit Barrette. I can master this mystery. So clearly we're not going to have this done today, but I'm just sort of queuing myself up for the next batch of lessons. So out of this one, hang on. Yeah. So Meniscate Reflections, that should be a Forge and Edge if I'm not mistaken. So I think Door and Wall is the obvious candidate here, but we're going to have to wait until the morning for all of that. All right. Let's just make do with the memories that we have. I guess at this point we can do... what do I want to do here? Let's go to Crawcross Sands. Take a long walk along the ocean's side. If I know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. And I think we're going to try the sea caves. Splash cautiously through shallower tunnels. Echoes in the endless night. Could probably go to the moor as well. Yeah, we've already got the plus... I'm going to feel very foolish if... if I wind up needing to use these elements of the soul for something else. We're good though. I mean, Mr. Kill's sort of giving us extra memories as we require. It's really just a question here of finding all the right things to level up. The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Alright, so Snow Stories is next up. I am going to want to make sure that I... So loss is definitely an option here. Mostly I just want to put anything that Mr. Kill might generate on the list. Right, another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Alright, so that core is going to go to the Magaphine Mysteries. I don't know how many lessons I'm going to get out of the Book of True Blood, but let's say it's 2. In that case, that just brings Doran Wall up to 4, and I don't worry about the rest of it. And that's going to happen tomorrow, so I don't need to read any books for that. Night has fallen, dusk will come soon. Or sorry, dawn will come soon. It's already dusk. Alright, so Mr. Kill will not continue conversation. I should actually pick a memory to take overnight, but I'm gonna wait on that. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. And last but not least, we'll level up the Magaphine Mysteries. So for this one, if Doran Wall is the candidate next, I want things with Forge and Knock if I can handle it. So, but the big question here is, can I actually use the... I don't think I can rest on the Salt. Yeah. Well, that's a pity. So I'll rest on the Confounding Parable. You never know when that'll be useful. But for the rest of it, Magaphine Mysteries. 1, 2, 3. Oh, please tell me I didn't just do something stupid. I did something stupid. I needed that last one. Anyways, the old wound's not hard to get back, so... All of the little journeys, the side journeys that we did will finish before the dawn. The only thing that we won't get back is the medal. So we're getting close to the end of the season. I'm going to want to be a little thoughtful about where, like what books I want to read. We may actually prepare the next Salon now that I think of it. So the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Excuse me. Alright. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. More sand. Excuse me. And more phosphorescent scrapings. Gleanings from the darkness. I would have thought we were finished here. Alright. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. So I'll wait for the... I'll wait for dawn before I sort all the elements of the soul. We're quite close on this one. So with the exception of the metal, this is sort of what my collection looks like. So the first thing I want to work on is just to get that old wound back. So that is not a challenge at all. We just toss in Edict's Martial. Might as well put the Tristan, old wound, explore an old wound to awaken the violent resonances within. Now, we know that we're going to be leveling up Doran Wall. I'll do the usual thing of bringing in a guest, so Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. And given that we are very close to finishing this work here, I am slightly inclined to bring in a history of inks. So this one, Inks of Power, is rose and scale. So essentially we're going to be using it on Inks of Power itself. But I can definitely see us getting this done on time. So I'm going to use this right away. The first batch of work we're going to do is prepare for the level up. And once we have that in hand, I'm going to start preparing for the salon for next season, I think is probably the safe bet. So, probably Preliminal Meter? Maybe Path and Pilgrim? Okay, Path and Pilgrim is bigger. And then we'll use the Lunar Globe. It's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. Rose, Journey's End. I can master this mystery. Okay. We need to think about... Okay, so door and wall, I'm going to get all the knock and forge that I can... Okay, let's be serious about this. So I only need two and three. So I need 5 knock and forge before I go completely crazy. So back for the manual of departure. Gets me knock. Stolen Secret is something I might get from Mr. Kill, so I'm going to hold off on that one for now. Pattern, obviously. I can't remember which one I had done most recently. So we did against Vitruvius. Okay, so that's the 2 accounted for. Ideally, I will find 3 more. Salt's an obvious option. That will need Kilisimi. We'll use core for that. So that's one of the 3 that I need. I think for Knock and Forge, that's all that I've got that can't be replaced. Well, there's named a riddle, but... Okay, so with that in mind, let's go a little bit further. I mean, again, if Mr. Kill overwrites some of this stuff, it's fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. So here we'll do deaths and their evasions. And then one more. Which will be known as desk. I mean, regret doesn't seem like a bad choice here. We did Lady Ava's Repose recently. Let's do 12 Letters of Consequence. Okay. So I have one more desk available, which is Collar's Desk. For that one, I think we want to start thinking about what we're going to use for Inks of Revelation. So that's Rose and Scale. You know, as much as I hate to do it, probably Singlefoot Songs makes the most sense. Or Erdroka in this case. I mean Savage Hymn. Okay. So that gives me something to start with. The next question is going to be, what's the guest list for the next salon? So, I think it's fair to say, now that I've got books on the roost, I'm probably going to want to invite the guests who are relevant to the Unfinished Lark. So I'm going to delete a few other entries here. So I'm tempted to still keep Douglas and Aaron Peel. So it's Azita, Morgan, and Serena. All right. Yeah, I can work with this. I'm also going to try and yeah, I wanted to try and reorganize my notes here a little bit, but okay, so this means that I'm going to bring up my Excel spreadsheet. This will be for the basically this is all the recipes. Now, interestingly enough, I did find, I'm trying to remember where I put this actually, but I did see a screenshot that showed all of the different recipes in Book of Hours, which I thought was kind of neat. I kind of knew of its existence, but just like sort of at the edge of my consciousness, I never really thought of consulting it. So I got a bit of an idea of some of the dishes that I've not yet made. If I can find it, I think that would be a slightly better time for me to... I think it might be a slightly better time for me to actually try and do some other dishes. For now, I have one last batch of erasing to do. I'm going to try and build around... So I got a couple of goals when it comes to the salon because, you know, it's easy enough to do these things, but I like to, where I can, I don't know, it's a chance to express myself a little bit. So probably the most difficult guests to satisfy are the lantern guests. Our options are orange jumble, knot cake, Madeira cake, King's Luck pie, stuffed golden marrow, and Cornish honey cake. Now, I'm not opposed to the King's Luck pie, but that requires a sea pie. And I sea pie, if I recall correctly, might involve pheasant, I think. Dough and beef. What's my beef situation like? Sufficient. Okay. Yep, we're going to do King's Luck pie then. Okay. So this is also, we've got kitchen. King's Luck pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry, when in great secrecy on St. Piran's Day he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. So let's see if we can come up with something around the King's Luck pie. We'll see if we can maybe make something that is worthy of a theme, fit for a king, let's say. So that's the main course sorted. So my moon options are usually fish. If I want, I've got the baked pear meringue, floating island, stargazy pie, kedgeree, poached mackerel, pilchards on toast, mushroom and potato bake, fried mushrooms on toast. Actually, we haven't really served fried mushrooms on toast before. Leek soup, onion soup, stuffed dark marrow, pickled mushrooms, stuffed dark marrow, pickled mackerel, pickled pilchards, moli au jus. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Let's go for like the hard to make or the rich stuff. Okay, so that's either a first course or a side dish. So for edge, We've got leek soup, onion soup, pickled mushrooms, pickled mackerel, pickled pilchards, jug pheasant. Jug pheasant is a main course, though. Egg croquettes, marinated roast beef, magnificent roast potatoes. We haven't done onion rings yet. Game chips, crusty bread, stuffed acrid marrow, knot cake. Honey haunted amber pie is a little too far for me, I think. But you know what? Knot cake. How's my cuckoo honey doing? So we've got one here. Do you have any in the... Oh, am I at it? Oh no, here we go. Okay, yeah, let's go knot cake. It's 2025. Let's really make this something special. Okay. I feel like we have to put this in the Hall of Division too. It's a grand feast. So for Sky, limited options here. We've got egg croquettes, boiled egg roast pheasant, ham and egg casserole, game pie, cold pheasant with grape salad, scrambled egg, or jugged pheasant. So I suppose side dish or first... cold pheasant with grape salad seems a little... I don't know, feels a little more appropriate. This leaves Serena open, so basically we're always going to have one in surplus. Now this is Forge, so we can really go for anything. So Walls of Ys would be a huge Forge one, but we don't need to go crazy on this. We sort of did we did the basics, but I mean it is worth asking. Like, what would be the thing to sort of round this out? I think maybe... I've actually got myself into a bit of a corner here. Magnificent roast potatoes? Or crusty bread? Oh, let's do magnificent roast potatoes. Okay, so that's going to be what I work on in between the levels. And looks like we already have this open, so let's get to work. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is make a... Hang on, let me just make sure I have this right. King's Luck is a sea pie, and a sea pie is dough and beef. So first question, do I have dough? Doesn't look like it. I should, however, have a bunch of flour. If I don't have flour, I'm going to cry. All right. I feel like there should be more flour, and I probably put it in a weird spot thinking that it would be obvious. But I guess in a pinch, I can... order more. All right, mixed dough, an ingredient for a higher purpose. So if I recall correctly, we had some spare mole, although maybe that was the other playthrough. Either way, I should have some mole hanging around. Maybe not. Not the end of the world if I have to reorient. I know I've already made the dish, but what I'm looking for is the... I'm looking for the ingredient. I do kind of prefer to have one hanging around. Well, Now wouldn't be a bad time for me to start clearing out all of the stuff in the house. Huh, I am a little surprised I don't have more... That is very surprising, actually. Well, I know... I know what I'm going to do in Numa. Okay, so the moly... don't even remember what that was. That's butter and spices. Oh yeah, so how's the butter situation? I feel like there was some on the bridge, yeah. Cook moli au jus. Alright, the knot cake. Now I'm going to need cake batter for that. That's going to require flour. So I'll do the cold pheasant with grape salad first. All right. Grapes. Make cold pheasant with grape salad. Okay, so good, good. I think we'll just let the timer go for the rest of this stuff for now. Oh, forgot one important step. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And it is a storm. Thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So again, we're just going to keep recycling Mr. Kill so that we can get the we can get some of the spare memories from him. Looks like I have other things. I've carried a memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. And here we go. The Book of True Blood. Cassius the Tomman reveals the deeds of the unnumbered legion, the secret army that protected Rome against the shadowless empire. The legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of Scars and was promised immortality if he died in battle. In the final part, Cassius confesses to being a former legate. He recounts his terror at the Tribune and divulges the secret lore of the Golden General, the champion of the Shadowless Empire, the enemy of the Tribune, in hopes that the Tribune will someday be undone. So 2 Meniscate Reflections, so we're going to use both of those to level up door and wall. That actually makes me happy that I... Good lord, I have a lot of fear. That makes me happy that I'm already working on the history of inks. I feel like, I don't know, someday I'm going to have to sit down and properly work out a shelving scheme for this library, because it's really kind of gotten... It's really gotten out of hand here, and there are a couple of places that I can branch out to. But for now, we're just gonna stick with our books. Okay, hindsight. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Who'd listen? I'm not in a huge rush on the salon. Like, if we don't do it on the first day, that's not critical. All right. A manual for departure. The author who identifies itself, the author who identifies itself as the Jekadu claims to be one of the great hooded princes of the land of the river. The style is informal, even chatty. No, these doors shouldn't be recorded, but if we had only recorded things before we'd had to leave the 5th history, we would be in a much better state. So here I am writing it down, and if you don't like it, you can sanction me. The manual for departure lists a number of strategies, occult, martial, and political, for quick escapes. Many are irrelevant, obsolete, or enigmatic, but the manual does include a number of powerful techniques for opening portals. On the Winding Stair, Gregory Wheelock, master mason and architect employed by Walter de Wolfe to construct the Winding Stair and the guest chambers in Hush House, describes a more ambitious and dangerous project. Gregory marks the bricks of his Roostouch family home, Treowin, with Ramsand, hoping to open forbidden doors. Gregory evidently succeeds in opening a way to something he calls the Moon Hall, but here his account becomes erratic. He insists that in the Moon Hall, the horned axe is still an edge power. He hopes for an eternal rival, but cannot find the one he needs. The narrative is increasingly interspersed with chess notations and ends abruptly. Deaths and their evasions. Father Stanislav John Schaller writes of the means and limitation of passage between the orders of the Mansis. No long names ours. Unusually, Father John has written this book in Fucine for, he says, especial secrecy. He speaks very cautiously of the exceptions that can sometimes be made to the edicts of Chancel and Calyptra, and hints at the means by which he successfully returned a lantern long to flesh. Schaller mentions most cautiously of all that he has been permitted to see a book that speaks more deeply on the matter, but that it was surrendered into the shadow of a covenant stone of the Watchman's Tree. It can be retrieved if the 99th wink is reserved under the edict's liminal. Of course, we've just read that book. The Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the Grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alakites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to the point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. Alright, dough, an ingredient for a higher purpose. I think the easiest thing for me to do here is just reapply that right away. So we'll stick the beef in this spot. We will employ another... oh dear. Might be an idea for me to use a health at some point. I'll keep using the Arab for now, though. C-pot. I really want to make sure I got this right. Yep, sea pie. A dish with forge. Move gingerly while the pain lasts. The wound is visible, the pain is not. The 12 Letters on Consequence, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hersault, the mystic and antiquarian. By the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the oneropolitical worms movement, and Hersault with the birds, meaning roughly that Hersault held the order of hours to be desirable, and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Many of Cosley's arguments about the consequences and finality are... Many of Cosley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats directed at Hersault. Some are both. Alright, there's the mole au jus. This has been called moth but delicious, but perhaps we will all be in the end. Unhatched hymns. Hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next. Madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The Hymn of the Phases celebrates the Menescate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The Hymn of the Reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Menescate as the sister of Janus, mother of Shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. Oswin Meow, lovely to see you as always. Happy New Year. Let me take a quick second to shout out Oswin, who is probably my favorite Book of Hours streamer. And in fact, a streamer I just really like watching in general. But a real-life scientist, a good conversationalist, player of Helldivers 2, and all around lots of fun to talk with. Actually, here's a question for you, Oswin Meow. Do you know about all of the rival Disco Elysium projects? Not fully Disco Elysium, but basically these follow-ups from various developers associated with the first game. There's multiple competing Disco Elysium successors, basically. If not, we gotta have a chat. Yes, definitely. That's the best way to put it, actually. Okay, so... dough. Magnificent roast potatoes. Okay, so first of all, the first question is, do I have any potatoes lying around? And I feel that searching for the potatoes will also allow me to find any dough I might be hiding. Have you seen the, they did share some concept art as part of their Advent calendar. The stuff in the tree isn't there. Actually, that's maybe worth mentioning. So for those of you wondering, it is now January, so the Christmas tree is gone. But, oh yeah, we do have flour, so. You have not? Okay, well, let's show it off, because I think these look really cool. So there's little fragments that they've shown. In terms of text and such. So basically, they've given these as desktop wallpapers, but again, still concept art. So where I'm finding these is from this link. But what I'll do is I'll start with the Christmas market. So, where was it? All right, so Wednesday the 11th, this wasn't announced as to what this was, but Wednesday the 11th, a snippet from another world. 12 years ago, in the deep Krakow winter, you were hollowed out by the worms from under the world, so you had to go away for a while. You're back, and you've something with you, something curled inside you, something that will open all the doors. Jenny, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody coming in from the raid. I'll actually just take a quick minute here and say, while I am shouting out... Now, I believe you were playing the Talos Principle 2 tonight, if I'm not mistaken. I know Esteni has been doing a lot of Book of Hours lately, but I think you reserve your Fridays... I know we originally talked and you sort of said it was reserved for Book of Hours, but I think you use your Fridays for puzzle-style games, if I'm not mistaken. Nice book. Sorry, Golden WH, I might be missing the reference. But in any case, definitely somebody to check out if you are interested. I will actually also just mention, for those of you that check out Asteni's channel, I did just shout out Oswin Meow, who, for those of you who are maybe looking for another destination for Book of Hours, Oswin is a wonderful broadcaster, actually my favorite Book of Hours broadcaster. No offense to, of course, the gracious hoster right now. But that is something, so for those of you that are looking for more content along those lines, I will just mention Oswin. It doesn't have a regular streaming schedule, but definitely somebody worth checking out. The game says in play. I am indeed playing Book of Hours. I see now what you're referring to in terms of nice book. So, anyways, I really enjoyed the first Talos Principle. I've not touched Talos Principle 2 at all, but definitely that is a very strong recommendation for Estieni. Obviously, the connection through Book of Hours as well. But thank you very much, and thank you everybody who's hanging out and sticking around after the host. I know it's late for a number of you, and let's face it, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. So, but Oswin was curious about traveling at night, so I'm sharing a few of the things that Weather Factory have released. So, a snippet from Another World. 12 years ago, in the deep Krakow winter, you were hollowed out by the worms from under the world, so you had to go away for a while. You're back, and you've something with you, something curled inside you, something that will open all the doors. So, desktop and mobile wallpaper of Nina Lagasse for traveling at night are just announced. RPG, something very significant with. Next up, we have got desktop and mobile wallpaper of concept art from Traveling at Night. I really like this one. I'm a very stereotypical boy in the sense that I haven't been on a lot of trains, but I really enjoyed going to a train museum in Montreal, and I was very excited to ride the train to Montreal. So, and then where was it? Another snippet from Traveling at Night. Lucent Intellect, Merciless Revelation, Aurora Clarity. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and the light about it. It is corona and gleam, now the west and the east, and the eyes of its hours are closed. Final lore snippet from Traveling at Night, our newly announced CRPG. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves, but the heart relentless, the hour that protected the skin of the world we understand, the heart relentless is still. Some of this will come up in House of Light, by the way. We just haven't touched on some of those yet. And then finally, on Christmas Eve, desktop and mobile wallpapers of a final concept piece from Traveling at Night, Circus. Far be it from me to... too close. Far be it from me to draw your attention to this little figure in the background. Oh, there's the... there's some concept art, but I was looking for the announcement. So for those of you not familiar, I'll read out the announcement just to close this off. This is the follow-up game by Weather Factory, the third in the Secret Histories trilogy. Today's announcement is about Game 3, which we can now unveil as Traveling at Night, a dialogue-driven, choices matter, combat-free CRPG. We've been prototyping it since House of Light came out. The prototyping's going great, and we're keen to press ahead with it. Here, a widget so you can wishlist it and find out a little bit more about it. Please tell everyone you think might be interested. Attention is our lifeblood, and the more wishlists we get, the more confident we'll be putting resources into it. Congrats at everybody who'd successfully guessed the name and or genre from the teasers. You've all noticed that the genre is a bit of a departure for us. What gives? Well, I've been making narrative games for 15 years, but I've never made a traditional isometric CRPG. It's it's a grand and grandly developed form like opera. If you're a composer, even if you're Philip Glass and you're trying to reinvent music, after 15 years, you often eventually end up wanting to have a go at an opera. I'm not trying to reinvent anything, although anyone who's followed my previous work will know I've long skewed away from the mainstream approaches to game narrative. I designed Fallen London and Sunless Sea to use storylets, bundles of resource-locked, resource-providing choices, but I was looking for a way to link nuggets of story loosely through resource-based narrative. I originally called it quality-based narrative after the term I used for resources in Fallen London, but I later worried that sounded like I meant quality narrative, not that other rubbish. It was a long step away from traditional branching narrative and from dialogue trees. Cultist Simulator took that idea further. All the story in Cultist is presented through text fragments on cards and as the output of recipes. There isn't any distinction between the story and gameplay layers at all, and there's nothing you could mistake for a dialogue tree. Book of Hours skews back in a slightly more traditional direction. There are descriptions of objects that you can click on as you navigate the an imagined space, and, especially with the extra visitor stuff in the expansion, there's some tens of thousands of words of dialogue, but it's not much like CRPG dialogue, and the game isn't a space that you can scoot an avatar around. It's still firmly in the experimental Weather Factory mode. But Lottie and I like CRPGs. Torment exploded my view of what could be possible in narrative games, like a tiny anarchist in an architectural model. Some of you will also know that I did guest writing at BioWare and Telltale back in the day. Very few of you will know that I was also a narrative consultant for a bit on a really promising and heavily NDA'd CRPG for a developer I admire and on a franchise I like. I had to turn down narrative lead because I was busy making Cultist. I turned it down with considerable regret, followed by considerable relief when the game was later axed without ever being announced. But that sense of regret remains. We like CRPGs, but we also like cost control. That's one reason we stayed with the cards and the slots. Making games on a strict budget means you don't need a giant success to keep eating, and CRPGs are, as I said, at the top opera. Every game I've ever made has been an RPG of some kind, but CRPG means a really specific set of expectations that tend to go together. However, one of Disco Elysium's audacities was to show that you can throw out some of those expectations, like combat or an array of NPC companions, and still make something that feels like a CRPG. Lottie and I have debated whether to use the phrase disco-like, because disco-like comes with its own set of expectations, and we don't want anyone thinking we're pursuing that distinctive nihilistic funny sex and drugs and disco vibe. Still, we did want to acknowledge our creative debt to the possibility DE opened up, the possibility of finding an audience for something CRPG-esque with really unorthodox creative choices. To tie this up, there's a kind of discipline I've learned from doing constrained resource-based game narrative that has already proven really useful on the CRPG work I've done. But this is new territory. We're going into it with enthusiasm and humility, and we're taking our time. As with our other projects, we're happy to start talking about traveling at night early. It's one of the micro indies' few advantages that we can practice open development because we don't need to worry about stealth mode or share prices. So watch the space for updates, but please always bear in mind that this is open development, not an investor prospectus. As an indie, when you talk about something you're working on and it doesn't go into the final game because you've changed your mind, because it didn't work, because you didn't have budget, then there's sometimes some grumpiness from players who got overexcited about broken promises. Honestly, our community is more chill and mature than many, and we rarely get any of this stuff, but it does still make us a little nervous when we reveal what we're working on. So if you see anyone getting worked up because we decided not to include the lignified city on the Steam page, or rework the passion system, or cut the medicine mechanics, remind them that nothing we say before launch is a promise. We're not crowdfunding. What you're getting here is the equivalent of us talking enthusiastically in a coffee shop about our work that day. And on the other side of that is we're always curious about what people think, what's exciting for them, what's not working for them. Absolutely, please do drop us an email or leave a comment if you have thoughts. This is half the reason we put this stuff out there. It might not change at all, but it might. So something for you to think about, Oswin Meow, if you're looking for an excuse to email Weather Factory. Some details then to start with. We've moved away from the intentionally inchoate player cipher of CS and Book of Hours. Instead, you have a really specific character who uses the name Spencer Hobson, a name some of you will recall from Cultist and Book. Everything I said at the bottom of this post remains true. I might as well, while we're reading this. Obviously, you can't tell us about Game 3. Reverse psychology, huh? Well, you got me. Here's a little. It will be set in the Secret Histories world again. There are clues about it in the Lighthouse Institute endings of House of Light. It is unmistakably the most ambitious thing Lottie and I have yet done. It's also the most traditional thing we've done, although it's not very traditional. It's something that many players over the years have vocally hoped for. At least 2 characters in 3 are among the most beloved or most provoking fan favorites. At least 2 other characters in 3 are fervently discussed in Secret Histories characters who have made at most fleeting in-game appearances. One of those characters is located in the first person in 3. The working title of Game 3 is the name of a beloved book from the Secret Histories, and it contains at least 1 carnival. The art direction is determinedly non-realistic, about as far in the non-realistic direction you can go and still be plausibly CRPG. There's always been a cracking gap full of possibilities between text and images. Lottie and I are enjoying finding ways to bridge the gap. Those overlays, for example, that you see in the screenshots, or I like putting people in the scene because you're having a conversation about them even when they're not strictly present. There won't be a codex. There will, however, be footnotes. This isn't Cultist, where the whole game was putting together the fragments. There's 10 years of context, and we need to ease the path for anyone who's just starting out with the Secret Histories. We're trying out something experimental here with footnotes, though. Half a dozen Hush House visitors, plus Nina, Medea, Christopher, Teresa, Giorgio, Orsolina, Crookie, Kittling Ripe are in talks about their schedules to see if they can make it into the game. Bunch of new faces, too, obviously. There are currently 4 careers, 16 skills, and 9 passions to guide role-playing and choose agendas, plus experiences, memories, and signs. This should give you a general idea of the level of player customization. It's not Pathfinder, but it's not Cultist Simulator either. We're looking at a production schedule of between 2 to 4 years, depending on internal Aurora and external storms. It'll be Windows, Mac, Linux as usual. It'll be on Steam and GOG as usual. I would expect that we'll do post-launch localization as usual. We'll talk about other platforms post-launch as usual, but I'd really like to launch on Steam Deck Day 1 if we can. Alpha beta playtesting is all TBC. And we're working out a trans-European itinerary. You might visit the British Isles. You might make as far as Moscow or Massachusetts. But this is mostly Europe by train, a different Europe, a Europe with holes in France through which you can see the stars, a Europe where the Seglas bearers, as well as the Tumurfran, reducing the Rubble Mountains, a Europe where the rain doesn't always fall the right way. But one of the key words on the whiteboard is hope. And finally, a CRPG from the creator of Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours, Sunless Sea, and Fallen London. Europe, 1948. Myth-scarred ruins, night sky abysses, chitinous cities embrace the change, or struggle against plagues of leaf and amber. The golden incorporates of the U.S. wage a cold war against the star-touched ministries of the USSR. And there you are, guiding a carnival of wry, bold, complex characters through seaside sanitarium, alpine castle, grave, hive, lignified cityscape. 12 years ago, in the deep Krakow winter, you were hollowed out by worms from under the world, so you had to go away for a while. You're back, and you've brought something with you, something curled inside you, something that will open the way where others can't go. The world breaks everyone, and afterward, many are strong at the broken places. Hemingway. Traveling at night is dialogue-driven, choices matter, combat-free CRPG in the tradition of isometric greats like Disco Elysium, Planescape Torment, and Fallout 1 and 2. 40-plus hours of notably replayable noir myth narrative. Guide an occult carnival on a pilgrimage to locate buried power that could alter the balance of the Cold War. Assign that power as you see fit. Your past is long, and it's not done with you yet. Your heart tells you one thing, and the night another. Are you driven by remorse, compassion, ambition? The decision is yours. Choose your career and passions. Are you an exorcist driven by sorrow, a stage musician seeking to feed your appetite, or a physician who can't resist curiosity? Explore the wonders and horrors of a Europe changed forever by the war in the world and the war in the sun. Build your character from 16 very different skills. Dignity is essential for physicians who need to be taken seriously. Spivery is the only way to ensure a hot meal in a cold world. Any writer will tell you that sophistication is useful somehow, and everyone knows scolacosophy is the study of things that shouldn't be studied. Find memories and signs as you roam the ruins, or glean them from your conversations with NPCs. Use them to grow your skills and passions, developing your character along the lines that run shining into the dark. Conspire with or betray the incorporates, the ministries, the immortals of the old order. Sell them the power you've unearthed, keep it for yourself, or surrender it to something new. Combat? No. After 6 years of war, there's been enough of that for now, but there are still plenty of ways to die, and as anyone who's lived through the War of the World can tell you, there are worse things than death. Conclude with your choices of alliance, consequence, destination. Uncover multiple endings. See the consequences of difficult decisions made from different motives in each playthrough. And then finally, we'll do a few screenshots. This one definitely interests me here. My name is Spencer Hobson. 12 years ago in Krakow, the worms hollowed me out, and so, of course, I had to go away for a while. The worms are gone now, but I've only begun to fill up the spaces they left in me. I was in the service of the Bureau when the worms took me, but I still think of myself as exorcist, a writer, a conjurer, a physician. What else can an educated man with no useful skills do for a living? Investigative journalism, book reviews, plays that no one would perform. As a writer, I've made a lot of the wrong kinds of friends. Good times. We've seen this. And passions. So, hopefully that's made everyone excited for the possibilities of traveling at night. But you've all been very patient, so let's jump back to the task at hand. All right, so we're making the pie. Let's get some more flour. An ingredient for a higher purpose. So that's eventually going to turn into cake batter. Magnificent roast potatoes. So again, I don't think I have any potatoes kicking around. I think we used the last one, so I'll use the consider verb for that. These are potatoes. Spectacular. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay. So we need the dripping. We should have plenty of that, though. Not as much as I thought, but... that all seems okay. Roast potatoes magnificently. A dish with edge, forge, grail, and heart. Oh, I've got my lessons. I should be working on these. Alright. So, door and wall, we only need 2. So yeah, the stolen secret and the regret are the ones that Mr. Kill potentially can make for me, so what do I have left? So lots of shaft. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Alright, let's get that last level for door and wall. This is kind of a nice one just because we have this floor of 4 now. So, Menescape Reflections. Shot. Not too much in terms of options. So Secret Threshold, Pattern, and Salt. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Now the one thing I think I forgot to do is the replacements for the History of Inks. So in 20 seconds we're going to have a bunch that we need to apply. And again, if memory serves, I was going to put it into Inks of Power. Nope, actually I should put it into Pearl and Tide first. Yeah, so Inks of Power and then Pearl and Tide. Or rather, the other way around, Pearl and Tide and then Inks of Power. Okay, so for that, I'm going to need 4 Moon and Rose. So 1, 2... I think the... this will work. I'm trying to be a little more delicate with what I employ at the desk. Obviously, by leveling up all of my skills, I put a limit in terms of what I can access. So that's one of the 2 for contradiction would work as well. I'm trying to find... Yeah, I'm really trying to navigate things so that I don't use up all my elements of the soul. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. We'll do another salt. For the moon. We will do something with contradiction. That's gossip. Okay, so those 2 should cover my needs. I'm just trying to think if there's another moony thing that I can use right now. Not really. Okay, so for... I think we'll say let's not worry too much about whether or not we override something that Mr. Kill's going to do for us, so we'll use Gossip next. I think we've read all of these, so we'll go back to... Oh no, sorry, we just finished Matthias, so... And Amethyst Semigo, so we'll do Humors of a Gentleman for the Gossip. That gives us the Rose. Scale things, we already have the Fear. Hindsight would help, though. Trying to remember where we were on this one. 7 shards. I'm going to try a second glory. I think we may be rereading a few of these. Well, we're obviously rereading them, but I'm trying to remember the order in which I was reading this stuff. And we already have the Savage Hymn, so I think we're going to have to leave it there. Oh yeah, and we do already have a Hindsight. Okay, I might use the... Well, we'll see where everything goes. So again, the main goal right now is just to get these books finished. I'm going to wait until spring before we go pretty hard on the remaining texts. Okay, so we've got our sea pie. Now, I held off as long as I could on this, but I do actually need to... I don't have a place to put the sea pie. Can I fit you on a table somewhere? Nope. All right. This will have to do. Actually, I can use up a core. Never mind. So, Ozone, you may be interested in this. The pie that I'm about to make is the one that's described in the kitchen. Make King's Luck pie, a dish with forge, grail, heart, knock, lantern, moth, nectar, and scale. The History of Inks, a legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. The Incastum Mercat is refined from the liquor named Lethe and the presence of nectar aspect. The priestesses of the knot have also learned to brew Mercat in this wise. Yet, for the nature of their arts, their task may be easier. The history concludes with the admission that the Incastum named Orpiment Exultant was once drawn from the veins of Forgelong. Thankfully, it seems, it can be refined from iotic essence using the techniques in this book, or with transformations and the jewel science. Yet another intuition text. Good lord. Where do I even put this stuff at this point? All right. Up there. And 2 lessons. All right, so we are basically ready to go with these. We probably could actually get away with trying to read another one of these tonight, but I'd rather not tempt fate. So, I may regret doing this, but... Oh, wait, yeah, because we've got... I hate waiting, but I think in this case it makes a little more sense to wait. Because I don't have enough of the rose stuff. Alright, we've mixed the dough. No! Now we need an egg. And maybe I'll use the core, maybe I'll use... Oh, we can use the Fost. Mix cake batter, an ingredient for a higher purpose. All right, magnificent roast potatoes. Excuse me. Sorry, I know I'm not I'm not getting any better, but we will endure. I definitely don't want to end this stream in winter. All right, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. And okay, the gossip is welcome. I could use the old wound to sneak the... Yeah, honestly, we're gonna have surplus time, so I'm gonna take the Pearl and Tide. I'll take the gossip, the intuition, the confounding parable. Oh, did I forget? All right, and the old wound. Or I could do the occult scrap, but we'll do the old wound. We'll add the fet. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. And from there, I will use the Noctunary with Trist and Edict's Martial to get another old wound. So I use the old wound rather than the occult scrap, just because the old wound is something that I can generate while I'm leveling things up with the Consider verb. Although, like I said, we're probably going to have more time than we know what to do with, just because these are the last 2 lessons I'm going to generate in this season. Bellus Mirorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomenon, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. The two one joined and the horn distinguished, consequently blood. The Temptations of Architecture, the antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowin. No doubt they've come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair. Even now in Treowin, a silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel locks, the charge holders of Treowin, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. The sea does not regret. Ethan Feckery, one-time Secretary Salvant to the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brandkrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. The sea does not regret the tide, Feckery writes, for when the tide is passed, it leaves its traces on the sand, which traces are the sea's memory. Feckery is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brandkrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brandkrug, he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. We definitely got far more than I need. The Humours of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door on the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. And a second glory, the priest's Jusei celebrates the extirpation of the gods who were stoned, those hours who preceded humanity. Jusei engages in an apologia for the destruction of the hours. They were old, they were cowardly, they were vile, their time had passed, and it was the shining destiny of humankind to seize the house through glorious battle. Jusei recounts how the hour called Seven Coils was slain in battle by the Colonel, how the Grail devoured the hour called Tide, and how the egg unhatching fled like a coward. He's quite vituperative about the egg unhatching. He warns darkly against its return. Alright, so spoiled for choice in terms of things to upgrade the Inks of Power with. I technically also don't need to use the Inks of Power. If I follow my guideline... Well, let's double check that. So I could also level up Sand Stories and... I'm actually slightly tempted to try and level up Sand Stories here. Nah, it feels wrong not to level up Inks of Power. Alright, I'm gonna assign the stuff that I know I can't get back. Yeah, salt doesn't do anything for me. No, hang on, yeah. Alright, at last I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. So really what we have left for today, we're at the halfway point of the day. There's no more lessons that are going to be coming in. So I think going to Crowcross Sands to collect whatever I can from it would be a good idea. Sea caves usually don't reward exploration for me, but I don't want to rule it out. And then, yeah, I think invitations and the last bits of cooking. I'm actually particularly looking forward to the summer, how do I put it? The summer salon, because it's one where I'm not gonna I'm not gonna have those 3 slots that are specific for the further story. I'm gonna have a little bit more freedom in terms of who I mean, I can invite whoever I want, but in this case, I'm probably gonna finish a further story in the salon. So, as a consequence, I want to. Oh, right. I used the spice scales for something else. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, the knot cake doesn't need... Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, I'll write the invitations before long. We will definitely do the further story at the just before the salon. So writing invitations makes sense. What else do I want to do? Serve drinks. Yeah, okay, let's think about that. We'll also do boozy beverages. So dandelion wine for Douglas. All right, for Moon, I'll see what we have in the bottles, but I think we're probably going to use Eigengrau for, yeah. Oh, come on! Yeah, there we go. There's the Moon. Edge. I think it's Schloss Jannings for that one. Now, Sky, I don't think we have a boozy Sky beverage. I think for that one we'll use the Blue Crown. I can use this one, but I thought I saw a Blue Crown hanging out on one of the tables. In fact, I'm near certain I did. This is gonna drive me crazy. This is the shelf where I normally keep this stuff, but... There was definitely a Blue Crown that I put either on a shelf or a table. There we go. Because I used it for something else. Or I found something else for it, so... Anyway, that goes by the cold pheasant. And then Forge. I don't think we have Forge under the wines. But presumably Roscragan Whiskey covers us for that one. I mean, among others, we've got we've got quite a bit of just about everything. But oh yeah, we could have used the Armagnac D's as well. Pour out. All right, poured out. So that can go next to, I believe we're doing the magnificent roast potatoes for Serena. And the Schloss Jannings goes beside the knot cake. All right, the salon is ready. Sorry, the table's ready. The invitations are pending. Guess I can do that now. All right, I need my invitation. You know what? Caller's desk is a little closer. All right, Sacrosalis Invicti. You're kidding me. Oh, right, we need the typewriter, of course. All right. Request Douglas Moore's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Douglas Moore to Brandkrug. Move gingerly while the pain lasts. The inks in which the histories are written. And there we go. Now I just need to post it. This one will be a little tricky actually, because I don't think I've got a good a good moon one that will fit. Oh no, hang on, Edicts Marshal. So RNPL in that case. Azita's next. I don't think there's any question in terms of what skill I'm going to use there. I'm trying to remember for Morgan, I think that might be a Grail one actually. Grail, okay. Also, I'm trying to think who I don't have on the list. Oh, how much you want to bet it's it's our good friend Hokabald. Yeah. All right. Where was I? So Azita, Grail for. Oh damn it! How do I do Grail here? This is an interesting question. Is there a Grail skill that will fit? Yes, Resurgences and Emergences, but I don't know if that's enough for... It is not. Okay. So Waste Not, Want Not. Let's finish the invitations we can do at Caller's desk. We'll invite Serena Blackwood. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Serena to Brandkrug. And then finally we will add Morgan. And then we kind of wait out the day. I'll do whatever sort of fishing I can and such. Okay. Running all over the house, getting the the relevant skills. There we go. Request Morgan's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Morgan to Brandkrug. just need to post it. All right, so we're not going to post things quite yet because we don't know what the season will bring. We have finished the knot cake. So that was the last item for the salon. And yeah, at this point, you know, make some money, do some fishing. That's sort of it. Excuse me. All in all, not a bad winter season, though. We only have 9 more books left. All right, one last round. So we'll use the Fete here. We'll use Heart for the Walk on the Moor. Again, we don't really have anything else to worry about, so I will try the Sea Caves as well. As well as the Gull Colony. And I'm not expecting miracles here. This is really just me, you know, taking advantage of whatever opportunities they are. I guess as a outside option, I'll also drop some water. And then we'll take advantage of the extra elements of the soul and do a little bit of gardening. It's not like I need the blue crown, but I don't really have anything else to do. Well, one other consideration I have is the Book of the Extinguished Heart. So that's going to get me quenchings and quellings. So clearly I'm not going to use that for a skill that's at level 9. So my options here are Snow Stories and Inks of Containment. Okay, so an obvious answer on this one would be to get the Confounding Parable again. So I'll use the reading room desk. Yeah, that'll work. And we will read It Is Written, I guess. So that just gives me something to rest on. Yeah, no worries, Che. I hope it gave you an idea. Like I said, this is not how I normally would spend the early stages. But in this case, I'm really just waiting for the salon. It sounds like you're going, so... But if you do check out the VOD later, you'll see what I was doing with all of this food and the different conversations that happen with the characters that come as a result. But thank you very much for hanging out. Sorry I'm giving you a farewell in a broken voice. Excuse me. It is written, Musgrave, fourth of the Dewolf line, writes tentatively of the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Potentialia. As the light passeth through a prism into many colours, so the great ink separateth into the lesser inks, and the lesser inks into inks minor. Musgrave coyly refuses to talk about the great inks, or else refuses to admit he doesn't know much about them. He insists that Ugol and Stargol, which can be mixed with sufficient nectar or sky aspect, are sufficient for most befitting purposes. And apparently Ubisoft Connect just decided to put itself in front of my screen. Thanks. What a very annoying feature that they did not need to put into that app. Excuse me. So the first thing we're going to do is see if Numa comes up. If it does, all bets are off. If it doesn't, then we will send out the invitations. I realize I'm already kind of half an hour over. So I didn't think about where I'd put the package. Yeah, bridge. Bridge it is. All that's going straight into the sea. Yeah, if it's not Numa, then we will send out the invitations. Okay, got a gale, and... it is spring. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? The affair of the particular mystique. The Suppression Bureau has a growing interest in the recent fad for unconventional, often prophetic religious movements. No laws have been broken. Nothing sinister has come to light. All these movements are comfortingly solar in nature. But there does seem to be something going on. Okay, so... for the core... we already have 5 cores, so I can afford to read the Book of the Extinguished Heart still. So we'll do that at the Regensburg desk. So that requires Deep Mandaic. This is why we read the 3 rules, or brought the 3 rules rather. And then Quenchings and Quellings. So that is still short. And we don't need to overdo it. Actually, better still. If I had the health and then the mop and the bucket, then that's not going to affect the Salon at all. So heart onwards, I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. Now what I'm not going to do here is I'm going to wait to... I'm not going to invite everybody right away. What we're going to do is see who the guest is first, and then we'll follow up. So, the yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. £5 note. I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5. The bearer never does demand, though. And I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So we're actually already off to a good start in terms of any skills requiring heart. Of course, there's not going to be a whole lot of time at the end of the Salon, so I may not be able to do much with the skills that I get. We'll see. I may not finish the day. Well, I'll finish the Salon for sure, but I may not finish the day just because, as you can hear, my throat's not really getting any better, and I do want to give myself a fighting chance to being able to record Book of Hours stuff this weekend. And Mr. Zachary Wakefield, I do not believe he's part of the Salon, so we can start sending out the invitations. Let's do this in a slightly different order. So we've got Morgan. Stamp, envelope, send. So we're inviting Morgan, Azita, and Serena first because of the further story. As for Mr. Wakefield, so librarian, I can see you. Everyone's always looking. Try a book with as much winter as their winter interest. Now this is just 3, so it should be pretty easy for us to find. Maybe Keon at Abydos? Nope, too much. Lady Ava's Repose. If I find how they're going to end, I can offer them that. This is how it's going to be. How some of it has to be. Okay. Serena. Serena's the most likely candidate for me to pursue the the Affair of the Unfinished Lark with, but we'll see. And then, of course, Peel and Douglas. Okay, so right now we're just waiting for the visitors to stop by. 38 seconds is the main one I'm waiting on here, because I do want to have the 3 available. I also have a number of different books that I could be using, but I think I made a choice. Made a choice for one in particular. We'll again, I really want to think about what oh wow, I didn't realize we were that far through. I do want to be thoughtful about who I support on this one, but I think I have a pretty good idea. The Book of the Extinguished Heart. In the days of the Shadowless Kings, Ennis Lasley was executed for prophesying the division of the sun. If any of his captors grew long, they'd probably feel rather abashed now. Lazali indicates the sun will be divided in the Mallory by the Forge of Days, armed with the love in her heart. Love will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather envy. Envy will not be the cause of the sun's death, but rather thirst. Thirst shall not be the cause of his death, but curiosity. Curiosity shall not be his end, rather it will be love. Alright, a new bittersweet certainty. Finally something to keep glimmerings. Hey, good for you, Oswin. Let me just see which one you're talking about. You're talking about you got to the spire? Actually, you know what? Or are you talking about the Crucible Tower? So this thing. Am I allowed to zoom in on the condignator now? Ah, so you know where the fire came from and what happened to Collars, the tragic and secret hero of Book of Hours. Crucible Tower, the interview laboratory. When a prisoner resisted all other interventions, Collars would bring them here to test and refine their worth. His successes might be transferred to Zurich, or turned over to the Legion de Sul to earn their humanity, or even at least once released, but his successes were not numerous. Here at last is where the fire began and where it ended. When the power below the prison was released, it came here to interview Collars. Perhaps it intended to put him in his own device, but it seems there was not nearly enough of him left for that. So, have you seen below? The Have you seen the thing that was down below? Ah, I'm not scrolling over there then. I think you'll be happy. Also, depending on what books you've seen, there may be... So the thing that's kind of neat about this one is that there's this nice little back and forth in terms of the different things that you encounter in the game. So if you... There are a couple of books that talk about the thing that you find in the lower levels of the Kukurbit. But you, if you haven't read those books, you know, you're sort of like, okay, this is interesting. I'm not 100% clear on what's going on here. But then, of course, you read a couple of the books, and then you get a greater understanding of exactly what was going on. So I don't even know if there's an ideal, like, which one you would read first. They're just sort of revelations that come in different ways. All right, so sorry, just bear with me a second here. So as it turns out, the heart stuff actually isn't that important for me right now. So I'm just going to write a to-do list. So Snow Stories +1, Putrefactions and Calcinations. Actually, if you're curious, if you'd like, Oswin, I can wait until you're streaming to do this, but if you are willing, I'm kind of interested to hear what you think is going on based on the information that you saw, because I definitely have had different opinions about what was going on in this story, depending on what room I had unlocked. I also understand that that's kind of putting you on the spot. Like it's the same mechanism through which, as a TA, I know I'm not going to get answers from students because like nobody wants to be put on the spot for something that they don't feel certain on. So please don't feel like you have to. I'm just curious if you feel like sharing. All right, so Yvette, Dr. Southey, refused the blandishments of the cult called the Ivory Dawn, but suspected that they honored her by reason of a pre-immortal in her ancestry. And Zachary, it wasn't clear what Zachary Wakefield intended with the new crop of cults, but it was clear that it was nothing especially constructive. All right, Mademoiselle Margot Matutine has arrived. Miss Azita Bukhara has arrived. And Dr. Serena Blackwood has arrived. So, Mademoiselle Margot Matutine, socialite, yachtswoman, and under the name Morgan, an Alucite Elysian. The former means, among other things, that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. Mrs. Zita Bukhara, businesswoman, chessmaster, initiate of the Scarred Hour, sometimes called the Colonel, and Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. So, we have been working on the unfinished Lark. What secrets enabled Zuthi Zidane's masterwork? So we can assist Azita, Morgan, or Serena. If it's Azita, assist Azita with Zuthi's secrets. Zuthi had come into possession of secrets from the Roost, the meeting of the Aviform Hours. I don't know how. They are dangerous, these secrets. There would be strife among the Hours if they were revealed, and that would be very useful to us all. If I can only find how Zuthi hid them, do you have any relevant books, or perhaps something on Sky Stories? But a gentler book might change Azita's mind. I actually don't know which of those ones would be... All right. Morgan. And here, more here than I'd thought. Zuthi had been dealing with someone who'd eavesdropped on the Roost, the scandals of the Mansus. It'll be, well, a lark to release them and watch the Hours squabble. If I can find where he hid them. Do you have, what do you have on these kinds of eavesdroppings? Except that nonsense of the mayor. It is insulting. Or at least Sky Stories. But a doubly relevant book might change Morgan's mind. So I'm curious on this one if it was Sky Stories and Roost. But then there was Serena Blackwood. Zidane the silly boy was not using sanctioned alloys. He had also happened on a trove of Roost secrets. There's good reason that the Aviform Hours guard the Roost so jealously. These secrets are the seeds of strife and scandal. If we want to preserve the order of the Mansus, it is essential that they be discreetly returned. I think I know where to find them, but arranging a safe audience with their owners will be much more challenging. Anything on the Roost or on Path and Pilgrim? One book might make Serena reconsider. All right. So I think the one that I highlighted was Inam Kipingling per Garki and Crippus. So I think I'm going to go with that one. However, I might actually take a minute. I'd kind of like to see the text of the candidate, so that we've got the Book of the White Cat. That gives Watchman's Paradoxes. So I'm wondering which one of these gives Sky Stories. Surely there is a better way for me to approach this. Da, 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 da. What about strings and songs? Okay. Drawing a blank on which of these might give me Sky Stories. You know what? I care enough. I'm actually going to just click on the books. I know the little cloud icon. I just need to see it. I don't think this is going to change my choice. But I do just want to see if I left something hanging in terms of the potentially relevant books. This is also partly so that I can train myself for looking for some of the more interesting ones in future. Because the game does a good job of warning you when there will be consequences, but it doesn't always handhold you in terms of what book to share. Where on earth? We have to have at least one Sky Stories book. Let us know. Also, a lot of disciplines of the hammer. We are a colonel household here, sir. I thought it might have been Vincent inscriptions because of the the sky burial. Oh, what? Huh. Wow, we have two books. Humors of a Gentleman. Yeah, I can't see... Well, okay. Like, there's an outside chance where I see those being relevant. The one thing that I did want to do, though, was I had Inam Kipingling per Garki and Crippus and the Book of the White Cat. And as much as I like to read those in-game, I do kind of want to get on with the Salon, so I'm going to cheat and look them up on the wiki. Just to save myself the time of reading. So An M. Kipinglingper Garki Krippus is the book of the Moth Principle written in Frisian. Selecting the book provides the following description, in which 4 enigmatic figures tell the stories they'd heard over the years at the Roost, the secret location where the aviform hours congregate. Has not the beach crow shared his treasures? In M. Has not the beach crow shared his treasures? Garki, not the rarest. He takes those things most precious, which he claims found, not stolen. The beach crow, Kepinglingper suggests, is not only a thief, but also a spy and even a voyeur. He has hidden the memory of secret couplings among the hours and their names in the corners of the house as treasures to gloat over. There is particularly fevered speculation on a liaison between the Ringyu, that fervent hour of the wood, and the mare in the tree, who sometimes has been the witch's sister. And then the other is the Book of the White Cat. Here we go. Stories brought by a white cat to Penelope of Gordian. Now, this one surprised me a little bit. So, upon choosing to master the book, either a desk or with the consider verb, the librarian learns. The aviform hours, the crow, the laughing thrush, the dove, and the twin kites have been known to meet in the mountains north of Gordian at a place called the Roost to exchange gossip. Penelope indicates that mortals who hear their words directly are obliterated, but claims that her cat goes unnoticed and returns to her with rumors of the hour's meetings. The stories that Penelope claims as hour gossip are fragmentary and confusing, accounts of contests where hope and dread and the Shadowless Empire are used as game pieces, agendas of ruin and remembrance from no known history. The most interesting element is the protective incantation she records at the end of the book, after she worries that the hours might in fact learn of her spying. The other one that I can think of would be the Book of Maya. Well, let's look it up. An account of the 5 visits of the Desert Wanderer, probably the hour called the Vagabond to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even a mortal, but things then go badly. In her second visit, she came as the laughing thrush. Her heart was bright within, her beak was ripe with song, but in the first moment her feathers touched the city stones, the laughter began. The Wanderer's penultimate visit is as Centipede, whose venom cracks stone. Maya is abandoned to the desert, but she returns one last time, again as Laughing Thrush, with 4 other hours who take the shape of birds, to celebrate the first roost above the bones of her hated kin. So, I think I'm going to talk with Serena on this one. All right, Zidane, the silly boy, was not only using unsanct... Oh, I actually need to put the book in. All right. Interesting. Not what I needed. Don't worry. Remember that it's harder than it looks. Do you have anything else? I think I'm going to do the Book of Masks? No, well, we can do the Book of the White Cat. Return next day. Oh crap, that means I can't I can't host the salon. Okay, if that's the case, I'll probably want to do whatever farming and such I can get done. Alright, so Peel's here. Douglas is here. I'll wait till it's later in the evening before I let them rest. Alright. I keep forgetting that when I commit the it takes a while to process. Oh boy. Oh wait, okay, the obvious thing that I can do is level up all this stuff. Alright, so I need Winter Moon. It's all Winter and Moon. Alright. I don't even need to be all that clever about it. It's really just anything that I can chuck into the slots. Should probably use Frost instead. So I've already got the confounding parable. Hindsight, we were on to exercises in the continuity of self. Okay, guess we're on to Barrowchild's elegies again. Queen's turn. For Moon. Foresight doesn't help me. That's all his intuitions do. I guess we're on to the Karashim manuscript for this one. Fear doesn't help. Neither does impulses. Contradictions will, though. Okay, I think that's what I've got for now. And while we're waiting, I can unpack that package. Who threw this overboard? I don't want to use up too much of the tryst because obviously I'm going to need this to level stuff up, but actually we've got enough winter that won't matter. Alright, I am obviously feeling a bit foolish about all of this, but this is what the fast forward button's for. Alright, oops. The account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Lok Kahuli, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Lok Kahuli the vessel of his appetites, promising Lok that they would ascend together at the Spider's Door. He betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lok Kahuli managed to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. Exercises in the continuity of self, techniques proposed by the Ostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. The soul element whist is regarded as the fundamental value of the individual. All other soul elements, it is implied, may potentially be discarded, as can the individual itself. The Austorium expresses grudging respect for the hour called Elegist, who calls each of the dead by name, but also concern over the Elegist's subtlety when it chooses to inspire particular interpretations of the histories. The Austorium proposes the use of nowhere energies in distracting or discouraging the Elegist in order to ensure that the persistence of history remains unalloyed. The Three and the Three Kerisham manuscript, a more recent version of a much older text. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has been heavily censored, but even so contains potent secrets. The deepest knowledge is safeguarded by the Covenant of the Watchman's Tree, whose patrons are Calyptra, the three flowers on the Watchman's Tree, blood, soot, and snow. Calyptra may be known as Night, Dawn, Eclipse. The Chancel may be known as Threshold, Mirror, Shell. Calyptra and Chancel, then, are two. Is Janus III? The Ascendant, the Edgelong Dardish, boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Sweeter than wine, the nectar is the blood of my brother. We have raised up armies one against another. We have sated the Blackbone with the sinking of our ships. Dardish's boasting at length turns melancholy, and Edgelong is half a dyad. She may not defeat her hated brother-enemy without ending herself. She doesn't even want to, but she is aware, to her frustration, that she is a piece on the board, an axle on the ox cart, an essential part of the eternal engine of contention which the Lionsmith and the Colonel use to sustain the world. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the Queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she is a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. And the Barrowchild's elegies. The Barrowchild, a Gaulish adept who won a place in the ranks of the Order Lamea, enumerates the great shadows laid to rest in tombs of power and discusses their various conditions. The Barrowchild identifies numerous modes that are neither true death nor true life: the vitrification of the heart, the corrupt light of the wood, core stasis, the wandering of the fet. The Barrowchild warns particularly of the avidity of tryst, where a remnant shadow's longing for change survives its sense of self and even devours its whist. That longing may draw the curious into the tomb, where the remnant shadow changes so that it cannot be distinguished from its visitor, or that the reverse becomes true, and that it is never again possible to say whether it is the shadow or the visitor that exits the tomb. Okay, big batch of memories. And we've got a box of rarities, but I'm going to leave that for later. So let's get going on our leveling. Okay, quenchings and quellings, bittersweet certainty, confounding parable, stolen secret, hindsight. Now the funny thing is, we may actually be able to pull this. Yeah, I think we're actually going to be able to get all three done. So, bittersweet certainty, confounding parable, stolen secret, and hindsight. Memory of Gods. I've already forgotten which. Right, confounding parable, of course. All right. So yeah, I think we... Well, given the time, I think we can set some people up in rooms. So for Grail and Scott... Well, let's do this one at a time. So Solomon's bed would be for Winter. Do we have anybody who can take the guest bed? Yes. Douglas Moore can enjoy that. 3 minutes. Okay, nope, that's good enough. Alright. What about the Motley bed? Peel it is. So I think Azita will like these. Oh no, those are hard. Oh, yeah. I know which one she'll want. This one's Knock, right? But this one... Oh, Sky. There we go. Pale bed. Do I really want to be that close to Elysian? Put her up in the Severn Chamber. So yeah, sorry for the long silences on this. I was not expecting to have to wait another day for the salon, but... Actually, guess we technically don't need to do the late salon either. Excuse me. Our skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. I haven't really been crafting a whole lot of stuff. We're really just waiting to get the last events finished with the visitors. Still, salons are nice for the extra bits of information that you get. So I sort of feel it's still worth it to... I still feel it's worth it to use the remaining, like each of the encounters that you can get. Alright, Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oniric irresponsibility and confined to the Cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation, and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming, and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of oniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brandkrug Isle, with which they open which they open with a key carved from their finger bone. On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Loss, an account of an occult romance, a certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation to the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. The laws forbade Matthias to love, the customs of the wood forbade the Imago to remain, so he conjured her a final time, when she had uncovered the shears of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast out Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the Imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name-day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of Moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely, in memory of the name and the long who gave up their past, that they may be together forgotten. Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. And apparently I did one too many of these. In the memory of gods, the Barrow Child, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined an organization identified as the Ordo Lamea, writes regretfully of the destruction of the gods who were stone, the hours who preceded humanity. The Barrow Child singles out the Scarred Tribune, the Red Grail, the Forge, and the Moth for a special condemnation as murderers of the first gods. We live in the shadow of their crime, she writes, and we must evade it or repeat it. The Barrow Child describes how the Grail drained the hour called Tide, how the Moth usurped the wheel from within, stealing its skin, and how the Forge first eclipsed and then shattered flint. Perhaps these are glories, she observes, but then it cannot be that glory is merciful, of course, as a fond adherent of the principle of Lantern. I could have told you that. Alright, so this is... Oh no, hang on. Yeah, these are... I was going to try and sleep on this, and that would have been a terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So Inks of Containment is the final one. So the nice thing here is if this does wind up going over, which it shouldn't, we have a surplus of Whist anyway. Skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So in terms of books, we're now down to 8, although we will be getting another one from Oriflamme's. Alright. Let's see what happened. Zidane, the silly boy, was not only using unsanctioned alloys... Zuthi had been... Okay, sorry, I gotta read this in a particular order. So, Zidane, the silly boy, was only using unsanctioned alloys. He had also happened on a trove of roosts... not only using unsanctioned... Sorry, let's try that one more time. Zidane, the silly boy, was not only using unsanctioned alloys, he had also happened on a trove of roost secrets. There's good reason that the Aviform Hours guard their roosts so jealously. These secrets are seeds of strife and scandal. If we want to preserve the Order of the Mansus, it is essential that they be discreetly returned. I think I know where to find them, but arranging a safe audience with their owners will be much more challenging. Anything on the Roost, or on Path and Pilgrim 10? One book might make Serena reconsider. Of course, I shall use a courier. I have some ideas. Thank you, librarian, lest the Mansus shake. So this has given her the peace agenda. A visitor has been affected by recent events and may now be more inclined to join the Lighthouse Institute. So there she is. I've got the Book of the White Cat. So I think if I just load all these things up. Alright, I have no idea where the Book of the White Cat went. So Zuthi had been stealing secrets from the trove of Crookie, Name of the Beach Crow. These secrets might have meant war among the Hours, and so they will be returned safely to Crookie. Forbidden knowledge? I mean, that seems uncharacteristic for... I completely forget what the Book of the White Cat gives. Right, it was on this shelf. Revelations. Okay. So first thing we gotta do is wait for... Actually, the messenger awaiting her destination. Alright, so I can't give up the metal yet. So we're just gonna wait. In fact, we'll just speed things along until everybody's done their rest. And we'll wait until it's the afternoon. Alright. My visitor grows impatient. I am curious, so if I just add them to the... Oh, they will stay longer. Interesting. So we're going to wait until afternoon. Alright, midday. Before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. So here we are. We are eating in the Hall of Division. Ava de Wolf first furnished this as her Hall of Division, holding feasts where the guests were selected by unusual and exacting criteria. Later, Thirza Blake, 7th librarian, employed the speculous Pomander to add more mirrors. Lots more mirrors. Our guests are Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Dr. Aaron Peel, exile, riddlemonger, thunderskin devotee, I'd rather say confidant, impeccably dressed but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show, dark the dressings too at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. Mademoiselle Margot Matutine, socialite, yachtswoman, and under the name Morgan, an Alokite, Elysian. The former means that among other things that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. And Mrs. Zita Bukhara, businesswoman, chessmaster, and initiate of the Scarred Hour, sometimes called the Colonel. They will be enjoying to drink Blue Crown tea, always served cold, more accurate to say inevitably served cold. Roscragan whiskey, the favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Eigengrau, if Graydon oil were drinkable. Dandelion wine, homemade flower wine. And Schloss Jannings, a dry aromatic white wine. And paired with that, they will have cold pheasant with grape salad. This is the sort of dish you might expect to find for a late supper after the theater or halfway through a ball. Arbella Boxer. Magnificent roast potatoes. It's the dripping that elevates it. Roast potatoes are a feast for the senses, but the dripping deepens the flavor profile, makes the experience continue through the machinery of the mouth to become a kind of journey. Mouli au jus. This has been called moth but delicious, but perhaps we will all be at the end. Kingsluck Pie. Thirza Pie always insisted on calling it the Great Pie of Power to the lasting annoyance of her peers. And not cake, according to the ancient pattern. Let's go. My guests take their places for lunch. Keep an eye on the salon. You will need to add soul cards to encourage the conversation to flow. Different guests will need different soul cards. The more guests, the longer the salon will last. So I'll try and fill this with as much. All right, here we go. Oh, let's slow that down. All right. Lunch and supper last longer than less formal salons, allowing an extra interaction between your guests. Energetic exchanges. Spice up the conversation. Add an Arab card. So actually for this one, because I'm not going to need the extra Arab, I'm curious what happens if I just add this card. I imagine it's not going to give me more than one, which actually gives me a reason to hold off on adding more of these cards, but I want to make sure that that's actually how that works. Morgan discusses occult-adjacent cookery with Douglas, intermittently suggesting hypothetical ingredient people, a fraudulent bishop, a knock cultist amputee, that she might include, and how fervently the Bureau would pursue her in these hypothetical cases. Douglas struggles to keep his temper. Lively conversation. Say something witty. Add a Shapt card. Serena suggests some avenues of research that might, just might, allow an Alokite to shake off their taint or to slake their driving hunger, but Morgan insists, perhaps too fervently, that no Legion would ever be interested in anything like that. Raise a complex question. Add a whist card. Azita and Morgan compare their hunts of upright prey. Morgan observes disapprovingly that, unlike Azita, she never hunts for pleasure. Azita raises her eyebrows and leaves them there until Morgan dissolves into silvery giggles. Spice up the conversation with an Arab card. So we're actually safe to use the metal now, but it's a little late in the day, so... Once again, Morgan teases Douglas with troublesome hypotheticals in the case of an attack by various of her unsisters, say the Lady of Wires or the Mother of Monsters. What techniques might Douglas use to drive them off? But he answers her steadily, and once he even manages to meet her horizon blue eyes. Attaboy, Douglas. Lively conversation, say something witty, add a shaft card. Azita and Serena discuss those who've made unexpected choices about how to grow long. Azita asks Serena what she would consider, but Serena shakes her head. Not now, the Obliviates have gone west. And even had they not, I doubt I would have been able to harden my heart quite enough. Spice up the conversation with an Arab card. Morgan and Aaron return to their conversation about the Obliviates, who once were called the House of Leith. She playfully accuses him of being a member and asks him where he keeps his 3 chains. He parries by asking her where she keeps her notorious key of black sapphire. Morgan crosses her legs and asks Aaron silkily if he would like to search her. After a moment, he says very definitely that no, he would not. All right, that was a lot of fun. I liked those interactions quite a bit. My guests leave happy. You've gained an additional potent memory. Okay. Actually, I don't remember if it says... Okay, so it does indicate which of these people have the... At least have an agenda. It doesn't necessarily say if they're inspired. So I got a curious hunch out of that. Sacralamea. Meniscate Reflections, Quenchings and Quellings, Horns and Ivories, another Meniscate Reflections, and Spices and Savors. Okay, so we don't really have that much time. I think I'll probably leave it there. What I will do, though, is I'll give myself a quick to-do, because we did get through the... Oh, actually, there is one thing I'll do. No reason for me not to read the Forge book now, so we'll use Ambrose's desk for that. So we'll take the metal. We will take Messenger awaiting your destination. Now that's a VAC text, so we don't get the advantage of Deep Mandaic. We will take the... Oh, was it Transformations and Liberations? Yeah, so we're actually short on this one. And I don't have anything 4G to help me out. Okay, so that's good to know. There's an easy fix to that, though. So I'll use the Fusine to read Amaranus Patelli. This gives me the memory that I need to be able to read the book. Now, clearly, what I want to spend my time on tomorrow is the like leveling up all these other ones. So I'm going to take the time here just to work out my priorities. So Sacralamea is Moth and Sky. So the lowest level Moth is either Weaving and Not Working or Resurgences and Emergences. Okay. So, okay, so for Meniscate Reflections, there's 2. So it's Edge and Forge. I think maybe we'll do Disciplines of the Hammer and Sharps. Oh, that's a little unfair to Door and Wall, but... Quenchings and Quellings, so I think we're on to level 5 and 6 on this one. Yeah, so I'm a little reluctant to use Ragged Crossroads, to be honest, but... oh, actually, just make sure with the heart. Yeah, so I have a few options on that one, I suppose. Well, you know what? We can do herbs and... Well, herbs and infusions presumably would be handled by spices and savors, so... Horns and ivories. Now, this might be an interesting one. So, door and wall, or... Yeah, so... And then spices and savors, forge and nectar. Well, that's an interesting one. So let's change that around. What we'll do is horns and ivories will actually level up great signs and great scars. And spices and savors will level up door and wall. So next up will be read Messenger Awaiting Destination, which is door and wall. But we're gonna have a lot to do next stream off of all of that. Okay. One last thing I'm gonna do, so if I can do the Douglas Aaron combos, that's not terrible. But let's think about... So what I need to start thinking about here, I want to get an inventory of the people who are potential candidates for the Lighthouse Institute, because I would like to found it at some point. I mean, effectively we're at the end game, but I'm not yet at a point where I can put the institute together. So, under treasurer, I think the only candidate is Fraser. For the secretary salvant, I believe that is Schaller. For vigilant, that would be Arthur Moore. Enigmatic presumably would be Serena now. And Nunciant, I believe, is Bechet. So I have to knock off 2 of those. So we'll knock off Serena and Fraser. And that's just because those are the ones that I feel a little more secure in. So that'll give me an idea, basically, in terms of the roles that... Actually, hang on. Yeah, that would actually imply that we have... we actually do have one for every role, assuming that I want Fraser to be my candidate. And of course, there's no rule saying that I have to wait until the next salon, but... Okay, cool. And of course, before I start thinking about the... founding the Lighthouse Institute, I also need to start putting some histories. I need to write some stuff into my journal, which is a whole other question. But we will handle that in the future. All right, that's it. As you can hear, my voice is deteriorating, so... this is January the 3rd. It's 4th now. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Assuming that I am not too sick, I'm going to record some episodes for the YouTube series, which is the full House of Light run, the one that didn't start in the beta. I should be streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. I will mention that the Dirty Rectangles meetup should be on the 22nd. That's my only expected... That's the only time I'm expecting to have a skip day. So yeah, I'll see you on the 6th, and I will... I don't know. I'll try to be better for next stream. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Let me just try and find who is online. Looks like Prosciutto Fist is not. Do we have anybody? Nobody's streaming Book of Hours. Okay. I will raid Revived Snow then. I don't think there's too many people on, but yeah, Revived Snow is a fellow Canadian, does quite a few, has actually been doing a couple of VR games lately. I don't know what Goblin Slayer is, but Snow's kind of interesting because they're a broadcaster who does both voiceless and camless, so they have a sort of VTuber avatar and text-to-speech, which is quite unique. She's been very supportive. It's actually somebody who I also found through Brace Yourself Games playing Phantom Brigade. But definitely somebody I like showing some support for, somebody who streams a bit later. So I'll leave you in their capable hands. And like I said, I will see you all on Monday for some more Book of Hours. Until then, take care.